Supremacy Games. Chapter 551 to 575. Chapter 551, Thor's Peak Active Ability. 2. It's packed with them. Felix promised. Hee, very well. Thor grinned to himself with a lewd look, unbothered by the nasty glares he was receiving from Asna and Lady Sphinx. They truly felt that the consciousness space had been dirted the moment Thor had decided to live with them. Meanwhile, Felix could have cared less as the moment he reached his dorm's room, he logged into the UVR. Then, he went straight towards the measurement center to test out the electric transmutation before the class begins. After entering a private VIP room, Felix created a bunch of random objects, like chairs, tables, microwaves, skateboards, etc. All of them were made from different materials. Felix decided to start with something small. He picked a glass cup and activated electric transmutation. SZLZLZLZ. In less than a millisecond, the glass cup had been consumed by millions of tiny blue charges, completely hiding it. At the start, Felix still felt its presence on his palm. But a second later, the presence utterly disappeared, unlike the electrical charges that remained in the exact shape of the glass cup. Interesting. Felix murmured while poking it with his finger. He felt that his finger had sunk inside, making him realize that the cup had truly disappeared. Abruptly, Felix clutched his hand, breaking the shape of the electrical charges. Instead of spreading in every direction or disappearing, the charges had actually gone through Felix's pores, vanishing inside his body. I absorbed it. Felix's eyes lighted up after sensing the new added stored lightning in his body. However, because the quantity was too low, it was hard to gauge how many volts he absorbed. Without further ado, Felix went and activated electric transmutation on a microwave. SZLZLZZ. This time, billions of tiny electric charges had emerged from his palms and began encasing the microwave from top to bottom. The sight appeared like a bunch of ants crowding over a piece of candy. A few seconds later, Felix lifted his hand from the microwave after sensing that he wasn't touching a hard surface anymore. When he zoomed through the crack of the electric charges, he was shocked to find out an infinite number of charges connected like a grid. How much will I absorb? While he was saying so, the newly created electricity was going through his pores rapidly. In less than a second, nothing was left behind. This time Felix had felt that he had absorbed quite a tangible amount. Immediately after, he compared it with the amount of energy lost during the activation of electric transmutation. This is too good. Felix grinned widely. I lost a tiny fraction of my energy, but the amount gained could help me enter a supersonic mode for at least a quarter of a second. It might not seem a lot, but Felix understood that he was required to activate his electrical field for him to get that quarter before. With every activation, the field consumes 2 to 3%. The difference was too big to compare. Not having enough data, Felix went to test out on bigger objects such as a car, buses, statues, etc. No matter if the object was made of rocks, dirt, metal, or plastic, they all turned to electricity obediently. This was due to electric transmutation turning those objects into their base form first, which is natural energy. At that point, it was easy to transmute it into lightning energy, then followed by electricity. Hee, now as long as I am near objects, I will never end up without electricity. Felix rubbed his hands in elation and said, now, let's move into the fun part. Room AI, please add 2 outlets connected by 1 kilometer cable. Felix requested. As you command. A moment later, 2 walls were erected in the room. One was in front of Felix while the other was 1 kilometer away from him. The only thing connecting them was a black cable that was attached to 2 modern outlets. Upon seeing that he was going to use electric transmutation on himself, the tenants in his mind who were playing poker together all lifted their heads. While Asna was showing a curious expression, the other 3 were smiling in amusement. Who wants to bet that he will vomit his guts out? Thors asked with a grin. I will take that bet. Ramongandra smirked faintly, I believe that he would instantly faint before he manages to vomit. I will pass. Lady Sphinx waved her and focused on Felix, who was trying to touch the outlet with a shaky finger. They could feel his agitation and fear from his thunderous heartbeats. They thought that it was a completely normal reaction since he was literally going to lose out his physical body and transmute it into electricity. Like hell, anyone wouldn't feel scared shitless just by the thought of it. This is the UVR, the worst that could happen was dying in the process. Felix started taking deep breaths to calm himself. It seemed like it worked just fine as his finger stopped shaking. Not wanting to lose control over his emotions again, Felix swiftly touched the exposed cable's head and got electrocuted instantly. However, besides his stiffened hair, he only felt raw strength pouring into him. Felix counted to 3 backward and activated electric transmutation with his eyes closed shut. SZLZLZLZLZ. The electric charges emerged from every pore in Felix's body and covered him entirely. A split second later, Felix started to feel nauseating and dizzy, like he was in a roller coaster with hundreds of twisted turns. Because he had his eyes closed shut, his senses of the environment had been increased, making the dizziness gets enhanced twofold. I am going to vomit like this. Felix instantly opened his eyes, wanting to decrease the shitty sensation. However, he realized that his vision was completely impaired just like the rest of the sensations. The only sensations left were motion, emotions, and desires. Am I in an electric form already? Felix wondered while trying to look around him, but to no avail. Everything was as black as the night. Elder, is this normal? Felix asked, how can I move when I can't sense the area I am at? For a newbie, this is nothing. Thor informed, if you had lightning manipulation to go with it, you would have been able to guide yourself with lightning particles all around you. I see. At this point, Felix could only order his non-physical body to move, even though he literally had no idea where he would be moving or if he would actually move. After the order, Felix waited a few seconds in total darkness, then deactivated the ability, wanting to check out his current position. Alas, the nauseating effect had been enhanced by 10-folds this time, making Felix want to vomit his guts out. Immediately after his body got constructed again, Felix couldn't resist his gag reflexes anymore as he opened his mouth wide and spew a fountain of vomit. That's it, let it all out. Thor laughed in delight while extending his hand towards the irritated Ramongandra, who lost the bet. Meanwhile, Asna and Lady Sphinx didn't want to ruin their day by glancing at such a disgusting sight. Dear God, that was the worst feeling I have ever experienced in my life. Felix wiped his sweaty forehead while clutching his stomach tightly. He was feeling immense pain in his intestines, like if he didn't hit the toilet as fast as possible, they would explode. Thankfully, he was in the UVR, making him get rid of those feelings by a single request. After having his body return to normal, Felix sighed in relief and asked, is this normal as well, Elder? When I saw Salt's master turn into living shadow, he didn't seem to feel pained at all after having his body reconstructed. That's because he probably didn't eat anything and had cleared his intestines before morphing. Thor clarified, it's easy for the body to transmute into an element. However, the food you ate or the waste that was still in your body is a different matter. You see, when your body starts reconstructing, anything external would be tougher to return to its base form. For your bracelet and clothes, they could easily reconstruct without you even noticing. However, the food and waste inside your body will make sure that you feel them thoroughly, since they are getting reconstructed within your organs. No wonder. Felix found his explanation reasonable, since he truly felt like his body wanted to expel everything that was external no matter what. Ramongandra believed that Felix would faint from the pain, but he toughened it up and just vomited. Felix didn't know what to do in the real world, where it was impossible to get rid of those feelings after the transmutation. In the games, it was possible to join after fasting for a day to keep his body in its purest form. But in the real world? He couldn't do that to himself for merely an ability. This meant that without a solid solution, he would most likely refrain from using it in the real world. Elder Thor, how were you coping up with the aftermaths? Felix inquired politely. Chapter 552, Thor, the Troublemaker. Elder, how were you coping up with the aftermaths? Felix inquired. Simple. Thor yawned, I destroy everything external inside my body the moment I want to transmute. If I was feeling needy, I transmute them first into energy. Same. Ramongendra added, possibly most primogenitors with transmuting abilities do it like this. That's a good solution actually. Felix agreed that it was the perfect method to transmute safely without forcing yourself to fast every single day. To take advantage of this ability fully, I need to learn those two techniques as well. Felix decided while surveying the area around him. Now that his focus was cleared out, he managed to notice that the wall he was standing next to wasn't the same. When he looked around it, he was left startled and a bit excited by the sight of another wall next to many different objects. Haha, I actually moved through the wire. Felix laughed in elation, I thought I remained in my spot due to the lack of sensation. Without further ado, Felix requested the room AI to play back what happened in a hologram. Felix watched with a thrilled expression how his body had been turned into a humanoid electrical torch, then disappeared through the outlet for a couple of seconds before emerging on the other side. He stopped the video right there, not wanting to watch the other disgusting sight. The moment I master this ability, I will be untouched in most planets. Felix grinned faintly, knowing that the majority of discovered planets were still relying on electricity like planet Earth. Only advanced planets had upgraded to other better alternatives. So, if he ever ended up being chased, he simply needed to touch a wire or an outlet and he would be gone. A few minutes later, Felix had wrapped up the tests and logged out. Then, he went to the class and spent 4 hours, studying 2 mandatory courses. Throughout the entire period that he was in the second semester, he had yet to concoct a rank 2 potion whether in the real world or the UVR. But, there was a noticeable improvement as the first time Felix had tried to concoct it, he managed to save only 2% of the mixture. But now? He reached a whopping 6%. Naturally, this was due to his lightning-quick reflexes, helping him erect a bigger protective dome faster than most witches in his class. Only Lara and Camel were able to surpass him by 1% since their innate traits weren't a joke either. Those extraordinary results were starting to get in most of his classmates' nerves. That's because they were trying their best to surpass him yet to no avail. For proud witches like them, they weren't ready to accept another defeat by his hands. Felix didn't give a crap about any of this as the moment he finishes his classes, he always heads back to the dorm rapidly. Today wasn't any different. After logging into the UVR, Felix went to Ramongendra's private room that was turned into the best training ground anyone could ever ask for. Just as he wanted to start his daily routine, he remembered something extremely important. Elder Thor, is there any other way to close the lightning containers on my body? Felix inquired with a hopeful tone. Although he was already able to close them and open them as he pleases, it wasn't comfortable since he was required to use mental energy. That was extremely exhausting and wasteful of an important resource. Of course there is. Thor nodded his head in agreement, managing to lift Felix's spirits up. Alas, he crushed them by saying, though, you need at least limited lightning manipulation. Felix frowned his eyebrows and asked, is it a must? Indeed. Thor nodded his head, that's because you will be required to use a tiny bit of electricity to contract your pores and close them off continuously. Oh, I get it. Felix understood the gist of the method immediately. When he uses his abilities, the lightning flood through the pores, making them impossible to be closed off. However, if just a little bit of electricity coursed through his skin 24/7 on the surface, that would be enough to contract his pores and keep them close. Without lightning manipulation that was impossible. At least there is a method. Felix recovered from his disappointment and began warming up for the upcoming daily training. 4 hours later. Felix had to conclude his training a bit early today due to his promise to take out Thor and show him the night atmosphere of the UVR. Currently, both of them were standing in front of two separated mirrors in Felix's house in Vamderome. While Felix seemed satisfied with his appearance in a casual outfit, Thor looked like he was struggling to decide on his clothes. He had a VR shop open before him as he browsed through the trillions of men's clothes from all sorts of cultures and races. This UVR had made everything too convenient and hard at the same time. Thor sighed with an annoyed expression as he kept trying on an outfit after another. "Elder, all of them look great on you," Felix complimented while smiling wryly. They were already here for about 15 minutes now. If he had to guess, he would say that Thor had worn at least 150 outfits in that duration only. "It seems like you hang out with women a bit too long." Asna snickered, "Some of their tendencies must have rubbed off on you." "What can I say, my goddess?" Thor smiled charmingly as he praised, "Not everyone is as breathtaking as you to wear anything and look fabulous in them." No amount of compliments will change my impression of you." Asna snorted. "We'll see about that." Thor smirked confidently while fixing a leather jacket he had on a white t-shirt. With his leather black jeans and white beard, he truly appeared like a badass biker. "This will do for now." Satisfied, Thor gave a slight head nod at himself in the mirror and then gestured at Felix to move. Felix immediately took the car's key from his bracelet and went to the garage. The moment Thor saw Felix's lean classy dark hovercar, he fell in love with it. "Hee, I got to experience this bad boy, let me take the wheel," Thor requested while extending his hand at Felix. "You sure can drive?" Felix asked a bit worried while placing the keys in Thor's palm. He knew that if Thor ended up hitting someone, they would be in big trouble. But, he also didn't want to reject Thor's request lest he ends up ruining their relationship before it even began. "Don't worry, how hard could it be?" Just like an excited kid, Thor immediately jumped inside the car from the window and pressed the ignition button. The hovercar rose half a meter above the ground, forcing Felix to quickly jump in before Thor does anything else. "Hopefully, he doesn't run on someone." Felix sighed while putting on his seatbelt. "Then," he requested, "Queen, open the garage." Upon seeing that Thor was busy reading the buttons on the dashboard, Felix took the liberty to fasten his seatbelt as well. After seeing that the garage was wide open, exposing a well-lighted semi-busy street, Thor grinned widely and pushed the acceleration pedal to the limit, causing the car to flew like the wind into the busy street. "Elder, the brakes! Hit the brakes!" Scared out of his wits, Felix screamed, while clutching into his dear life. Alas, Thor didn't bother to listen to him as he actually increased their speed even further while turning the wheel to the left. Smash! As expected, the instant they merged with the street, their car ended up colliding with another vehicle, causing both of them to wind up in different directions. Thankfully, the other cars were probably on the automatic drive as they had evaded the incoming cars, avoiding causing mass chaos in the street. However, this made Felix's car and the other target the peaceful pedestrians, who were minding their own business. All of them were left frozen in their own places with stunned expressions, not daring to believe that they were going to be a victim of a car accident in the UVR. The brakes! Alas, Felix's latest horrified scream didn't change anything as their car was too fast to be stopped. In the end, the hovercar ran above two goblins and one witch, turning them into a bloody mess. The worst part came later as the car stopped only after going through the glass of a restaurant, killing two waiters and a witch who was enjoying her coffee in peace. Peep. Ki-a-a-a-a-a-a. The siren noises of the restaurant's alarm system and high-pitched screams resounded boomingly in the area, making everyone passing by a glance at the current mess. "We are done for." Felix looked at the bent ceiling of his car with a deadpan expression, knowing that he had been royally screwed over by Thor. "What are you talking about? Aren't we in a virtual space? They can revive any time they wanted." Thor laughed loudly with his jacket all ripped apart and dusty beard. He didn't seem remorseful in the slightest by killing 5 innocent people. True, they can revive any time they wanted since we killed them. Felix covered his eyes with a hopeless expression, but we are definitely not going to receive the same treatment. Peepo. Peepo. They are here. Felix felt slightly tearful after hearing the siren noises of the law enforcers, approaching the crash scene rapidly. Oblivion to the fate that awaits him, Thor still kept trying to turn on the car by pressing the ignition button. Alas, only smoke emerged from the front hood, making him realize that the car was completely busted. Just as he was planning to apologize for ruining Felix's car, a furious roar resounded behind them. "This is the police. Step out of the vehicle right now. Ha 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 ha, I hope you like jail's food and drinks." Asna chortled in elation besides the speechless lady Sphinx and J. Ramongandr, who didn't expect that Thor would be sending Felix to jail on his first day. Jail? Is it a mixed jail? Thor asked with a serious tone, appearing as he would actually consider going inside one if it had girls in it. He is hopeless. Why am I not surprised? Just drop dead, will you? All of them facepalmed after hearing his serious tone, feeling too exhausted to bother with him. You are on your own, Felix. Asna didn't hesitate to disconnect the connection, leaving Felix and Thor to fend for themselves. Chapter 553, Getting Taken to the Police Station. When Felix saw a squad of orcs, wearing blue metallic uniforms while having silver laser guns pointing at them, he immediately lifted his arms in surrender and shouted, "Don't shoot! We are coming out! Elder, do the same or they will shoot us!" Felix clarified their F***ed up situation to Thor, "If we don't comply, our jail time will increase. If we fought back, they will shoot us. Getting killed by their bullets meant that we will be banned from accessing the UVR for at least 50 years. Ban? Seriously?" Thor was slightly surprised by this as he didn't expect that the rules were this strict. He had read some of Felix's memories about the UVR but he didn't glance at the strict rules that kept the UVR ongoing for this long. The strictest rule was harming someone else in the public spaces, as the punishment ranges from a week in jail to a lifetime ban from accessing the UVR. Right now, Felix believed that with the casualties' numbers in their hands, they were definitely going to be sent to jail for half a year at least. If he decided to settle with the victims, he wouldn't serve any jail time since they would be dropping all charges on him. The Queen couldn't punish him if the victims were satisfied with the ransom. Felix didn't dare to run since it was impossible to do so while wearing an AP bracelet. Queen would constantly keep giving the law enforcers his location. Upon realizing that the situation could end up badly for both of them, Thor decided to comply with the rules. Both of them exited the car with their hands in the air and their backs facing the law enforcers. "Get them out of here!" the squad leader ordered calmly while documenting the incident scene as a protocol. The first thing he did was request the Queen to disclose basic information about Felix and Thor. Since Felix and Thor were considered criminals now, the Queen didn't hesitate to expose them by displaying 2 holograms. One was showing Felix's details and the other covered Thor's. They appeared like this. //name, Thor. Age, 29. UVR's home address? 2916 Simpson Street, Bloomington District, Vamderome. Real world address, unknown. Criminal record, N/R// unknown. The squad leader frowned his eyebrows and thought, is he in uncharted territory or something? Throughout the 59 years of his service in the law enforcer's office and the thousands of arrests, he never saw someone with an unknown address. That's because the moment someone breaks the law, the Queen would expose both his locations based on the UVR's rules. It was done like this so the criminal would be required to receive his punishment obediently instead of logging out and going invisible. Whatever, he will not try to avoid the punishment unless he didn't bother living without a bracelet. The squad leader shrugged his shoulders carelessly and glanced at Felix's details. //name, Felix Maxwell. Age, 20. UVR's home address? 2916 Simpson Street, Bloomington District, Vamderome. Real-world address, Royal Academy's campus. Criminal record, N/R// Felix Maxwell. Where did I hear this nom? F***ck me, is he the famous human Pody winner and SG player? The squad leader gulped a mouthful in fright as he looked at Felix, who had his cheek planted on the cracked floor tiles. Seeing how two of his law enforcers had both of their knees on his back to restrain him, he felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest. He could see that both Felix and Thor were already handcuffed, so there was no need for necessary roughness. Those bastards are going to get me killed or fired. Scared shitless, the squad leader immediately dashed towards his officers and scolded them with a furious tone, "Is this how I taught you to treat the citizen of the Empire?" What? The officers looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. "Get your F***ing legs off him. You are going to get us both killed." The squad leader sent a telepathic message to all of his squad members, "This is Felix Maxwell, the human Pody winner with AAA citizen." The instant the officers heard so, their knees started trembling above Felix's back, giving him a nice massage. Felix turned his head around and saw that all officers were sweating profusely while trying their best to remove their knees off his back. Felix didn't want to give them a hard time, since it was indeed his fault for allowing that troublemaker drive in the first place. Hence, he requested politely, "Officers, can we stand up?" "Of course. Of course. Please excuse my subordinates, they are still new in the field, making them too eager to prove themselves." The squad leader immediately helped him up with a fawning smile. Then, he started dusting Felix's clothes while gesturing with his eyes for his subordinates to help Thor up. "Haha, not bad kiddo, it seems like you have authority around here." Thor laughed loudly, uncaring about the pedestrians hearing him out. "Elder, be settled please." Felix's eyelids twitched after seeing the unfriendly gazes they were getting from everyone. It's one thing to see favoritism happening before you and another to hear someone brag about it. Quickly take them away before he spews even more nonsense. "Be gentle this time, damn it," the squad leader ordered telepathically. However, just as they wanted to request Felix to move, he spoke first. "Officer, please give me the names of those affected by the incident, I will make sure to compensate everyone for the trauma." Upon hearing so, the pedestrians who were beginning to get a bad impression of Felix nodded their heads in approval. "Consider it done." The squad leader nodded his head firmly and pushed him through the rubble towards the police hover van. "Elder Thor, please let handle everything," Felix requested as he stepped inside the van while wearing silver metallic handcuffs. Thor followed after him with the same nonchalant smile on his face, seemingly enjoying the experience so far. "Aren't they going to release us?" Thor wondered. "They seem afraid to offend you." "They don't have the jurisdiction to do that." Felix shook his head and clarified, "Actually, no one has it, since the Queen is the one responsible for enforcing the punishment if it concerned another person. The reason they were afraid before was due to the rough treatment they used on us. They were worried that they might offend me and I will go out of my way to make their lives hell. However, if they did their jobs right, no one will bother to take it on them, since the Queen was ensuring their protection in the UVR and information classified in the real world." "I see." Thor rubbed his beard and said, "I guess we not going to the bar after all." Felix covered his eyes after hearing so and stopped conversing with Thor, worrying that he might do something that he would regret. In a short while, the hover van had stopped before the police station. Look and behold, it was already packed with reporters who somehow managed to get there before the police van. The moment Felix got escorted outside of the van, they stormed towards him with their bracelet pointing at him. They seemed pretty excited by such juicy news, since Felix had never been part of a scandal like most idols. "Landlord, can you let us know how did you feel when you crushed those poor pedestrians? Why didn't you use the auto-drive system? Are you going to compensate your victims for the trauma you caused them? Annoying flies." Felix cursed in his mind after hearing them twist the facts with straightforward faces. He knew that all of them were knowledgeable that Thor was behind the wheel, but they preferred switching the blame to Felix since he would attract more clicks than a random nobody. Thor still received some comments while he was getting pushed gently to the police station's entrance. Neither Thor nor Felix had time to answer any of the reporters' questions as they had been pushed back by the officers. "Right this way, Sir Felix." The squad leader escorted Felix personally towards the interrogation room, where the criminals confess to their crimes and sign a strict contract to stop them from ever committing another crime again. The strictness of the contract depends on the severity of the criminal activity. After they reached the room, which appeared like a cold interrogation room with 2 simple chairs and a table, Felix took the liberty to sit on his own. Thor had been taken to the other room. Before they got split up, Felix had informed him to keep his answers down to the minimum since everything would be taken into consideration. "Sir Felix, please hold for a few minutes, the interrogators will be here shortly," the squad leader said politely as he exited through the door. "Finally, it's done." Immediately after leaving, he let out a long sigh of relief and walked back towards the police van. His job was done and now Felix and Thor were someone else's responsibility. Chapter 554, The preparation of the expedition are set. A couple of minutes later, the interrogators arrived and asked Felix and Thor a bunch of questions about the incident to decide if it was intentional or not. Upon figuring out that it was Thor's first time driving, they decided to be lenient and write it down as an incident due to Felix's reputation. If it was a deliberate move to kill off innocent people, then even paying a ransom wouldn't be enough. "All right, Sir Felix, now that we established the details of the incident, we will leave you to handle the settlement case with the victims." The interrogator shook Felix's hand and noticed, "Please take care of it in a week minimum, otherwise, we will have to place you in jail until you either pay or accept the punishment." "Thank you, officer." After shaking the man's hand, Felix exited the room and went to sit in the lounge, waiting for Thor's interrogation to be over with. They had already removed the handcuffs on him since they were just there for the media so they wouldn't cry out about an unbiased treatment. During his wait, Felix accessed his victims' chat IDs and contacted them one by one. Some of them had their lawyers answer for them while some took it upon themselves. Whatever it was, Felix slapped them with 5 million SC for each of them to make sure that the case gets concluded as fast as possible. He had no time to waste being in jail or long-term negotiation. The victims didn't dare to push their luck by trying to rip off more coins out of Felix due to his fearsome reputation. They were merely honest people and 5 million SC falling into their lap freely was more than they could ever ask for. Just like this, the issue had been resolved before Thor's interrogation ended and before Felix's enemies could use this scandal against him. Like the racist mushroom who wouldn't have missed such an opportunity to bring his image to the dirt. Though, the news still went viral, reaching even Olivia and his grandfather. When they called to ask for his well-being, Felix eased up their worry by telling them that the case was concluded. In a short while, Thor had been sent out by an annoyed interrogator. God knows what he did to irritate him like that. "Let's go back home," Felix said, sighing. "Wait, why can't we hit the bar now?" Thor asked casually, "Isn't it still pretty early? The media is going to be all over us if we got spotted outside." Felix said, "If you are willing to wear a disguise then we can go grab a drink or two." Instead of replying, Thor snapped his finger, and his entire demeanor was changed. Clothes, face, body structure, everything. "How about this?" Thor asked. "It's sufficient." Felix nodded his head and wore a disguise on his own. Then, they went outside of the police station through the back door. This time, they took a cab towards one of the finest bars in the city. While Thor was still pretty eager to taste some of the best alcohol in this era, Felix just wanted to send away this troublemaker, not wanting to hang out with him anymore. They almost ended up going to jail on their first day. God knows what's going to happen the next time. 3 weeks later, in the dorm's room, Felix was currently chatting with Malik and Eric about the expedition. He was already informed that the Explorer spaceship and the new bodyguards for Robert had reached planet Earth. Since Felix's grandfather and family were currently residing in Sky Pearl Island, it had top-notch security measures erected around it. The world leaders and the Anti-Royalty Alliance were the ones paying loads of coins to erect them and keep them working properly due to Felix. The world leader didn't want to provoke Felix by failing to protect his grandfather, while the Anti-Royalty Alliance was bound by contract to do it at all cost. Hence, the Explorer ship and the new bodyguards had managed to sneak inside the Sky Pearl Island without Felix's enemies finding out about it. However, sneaking inside was the easiest part, but leaving the planet proved to be a challenge. This was the topic of their discussion. Felix understood that the moment Malik and Eric get caught, they would dead meat 100%. That's because they would be interrogated about Felix's secrets and they were bound by contract to not reveal anything. If they toughened through the interrogation torture, they would be exposed to memory manipulation techniques and potions. This would definitely offset the automatic destructive protocol that was written in the contract. It simply entails that the Queen would explode their consciousness the instant their memories get invaded. Felix didn't want to lose Eric and Malik, the only primogenitor's bloodlines in his squad. They were too valuable. How about we contact the organization's allies and have them escort us out? Malik suggested. No, that's too risky. Felix shook his head firmly. They might be our allies, but they wouldn't hesitate to hire mercenaries to block you in outer space before you can turn on the light-speed engines. Hell, I believe that they are already preparing to do it whether we ask for an escort or not. Felix wasn't being paranoid at all, since to gain access to the island, he had to inform the anti-royalty fleet. If he didn't do so, the spaceship would be stopped from going inside. They couldn't really sneak through the security measures, since if they weren't that good, the island would have been flooded with non-natives. So what do we do? Eric scratched his bald scalp in frustration after seeing that all of their plans were not working out. Malik arched her eyebrows and began thinking deeply for a solid solution. However, before she could come up with anything, Felix sighed and said, "Just get in the spaceship and check if everything and everyone was ready. I will be taking care of this on my own." "You sure?" Malik asked. "Yes, just prepare for set-off as fast as possible." Felix informed, "You will need at least 2 more weeks to reach the ruins if you traveled through the VIP wormholes." "All right, I will let you know when we are ready." Malik assured him and said her goodbyes. Felix hung up on her and started tapping on his knee with a thoughtful expression. He already had the best solution to solve this issue, but he wanted to see if he could do it with another method. However, after spending tens of minutes coming out blank, Felix accepted his fate. "Queen, I am ready to use one of my wishes," Felix said. "Which one?" Queen asked. Felix had multiple wishes, each with a different limit. "I want to request from the SG Alliance to ensure that my exploration ship remains untouched by my enemies for 1 day." Felix asked, "Which one will be enough to have this request accepted?" "All of them are enough to achieve this request." The Queen inquired, "Should I use a wish with the least limit?" "Yes, please." "Are you certain?" "Yes." Ti ring. "Your wish had been accepted. Please notify the Queen when to start the 24 hours protection period." Good. Felix didn't feel too demoralized by spending a wish on Malik and Eric's safety, since their worth surpasses the wish by miles. The wish he used could at most give him a momentary value of 1 billion SC. But he used it to save 2 primogenitors bloodliners who were unreplaceable subordinates. He was confident that their safety was guaranteed, since no one ever dared to make himself an enemy of the SG Alliance. Even if someone decided to use untraceable methods to deal with Malik and Eric, the SG Alliance would find out about it with their monstrous resources. It was simply impossible to ignore the orders of this behemoth. 2 hours later, Malik had sent Felix a message, informing him that they were set to leave the planet. Without wasting time, Felix immediately requested, "Queen, Please activate the 24 hours protection period. The Queen asked for confirmation again, and when she received it, she sent everyone on planet Earth and in its vicinity a short announcement. Northern Sentinel spaceship, module number 246, is currently under the protection of the Supremacy Games Alliance for 24 hours. You know the consequence of touching the Alliance's property. If you didn't know, make sure to ask. Anyone with a bracelet received the news straight in their minds, even the Earthlings who were just minding their own business in the UVR. While the Earthlings and the non-natives were left pretty confused about the weird announcement, the commanders of the Anti-Royalty Alliance fleet had their expressions turn ugly immediately. They recognized the spaceship module instantly, since they were just discussing with the Alliance leaders on a solid plan that would allow them to catch it without killing the ones inside it. That prick must have used a wish to help the spaceship leave. Zazia cursed Felix while seated at a round table with the other 4 leaders. There were 3 holograms before them, showing the faces of 3 commanders. Without any exception, all of them appeared as they had just eaten a piece of crap. They knew instantly that all of their previous plans were thrown down the gutter. Chapter 555, Introducing the Squad. What do we do? Gabrielle asked with a rushed tone. We need to go around the order somehow and hinder the spaceship. I concur. Barry supported with an agitated expression. For Felix to use a wish on this matter, it only meant that the spaceship is carrying his grandfather, family, or even some of his teammates. None of them had bothered to consider that the spaceship was meant for Eric and Malik, since they were known to be just bodyguards of Robert. In their minds, why would Felix bother to escort those 2 out while leaving his grandfather behind? I suggest we do nothing. Maganda Chief proposed calmly. Everyone looked at him in surprise. They knew that it was going to be extremely risky to make a move on the spaceship while under the Scullions' protection, but there could be a way out if they pooled in their ideas. Don't get me wrong. Maganda Chief clarified, I want them to get caught, but I believe that it's best to let the others make a move on them. After all, the spaceship had been disclosed by the Queen. He coughed. If the information that the spaceship was carrying Felix's close loved ones gets leaked, then there could be someone insane enough to try and hinder them. The other 4 leaders immediately understood what he was implying. However, they weren't given a second later to think about his plan, as the commanders all shouted abruptly at once, "It's on the move! Bastard!" He activated the wish just before their departure. Zazia lost her composure again after seeing a red dot speeding rapidly towards the sky in her hologram. All of them could only stare at it with a feeling of hopelessness washing through them. They couldn't make a move, neither were given time to inform the others. They knew that none of them were going to make a move on the spaceship before understanding the benefits associated with it. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit of the exploration spaceship that appeared like a silver cube flying, Malik, Eric, and the rest of the squad were all sleeping in their VR pods. They left the Queen to handle their escape, since their spaceship was going to be traveling at the speed of light the moment they reached the exosphere layer. Currently, they were gathered in Malik's UVR's room that was modified to resemble the interior of their spaceship. Felix was sitting with them without any disguise. He didn't need one, because every member of the squad was a slave who signed an even stricter contract than Malik and Eric. A couple of seconds later, the Queen announced in Malik UVR's room, "The spaceship is currently traveling at the speed of light towards the second nearest VIP wormhole." Yes. Eric lifted his fists in the air in excitement abruptly, scaring and confusing the other squad mates. Neither Malik nor Felix had informed them about the dangers they were currently exposed to, since they believed that it would bring nothing besides unnecessary panic. "How did you do it, Sir Felix?" Malik asked telepathically while sighing in relief. "Don't bother yourself with it." Felix waved his hand dismissively and said with a serious tone, "It's not over yet. You can expect them to camp multiple wormholes and also place a wanted notification on our spaceship module. I will keep an eye out constantly," Malik promised solemnly. After the situation cooled down a bit and the journey had officially started, the squad mates all focused on their elusive master. This was actually the first time they meet up with him. Felix always wanted to pay them a visit and introduce himself properly, but he gets hung up on important matters and ended up postponing it to another time. Though, he was given a report about their information by Malak. In the last 2 hours, he wanted to show himself, but he decided to not distract them from their work since they needed to move the moment they pick up Eric and Malak. Malak, please introduce the squad. Felix requested with a friendly smile. Line up before the boss. Eric shouted with a strict tone. The 10 members of the squad all listened to the order obediently, creating a long line in front of Felix. Just like the report he received, the bunch was mixed with humans and other races. There were 7 males and 3 females, not considering Malak and Eric. All of them were wearing a single armored black uniform with, in their chest. Malak went to the end of the left line and pointed her finger at a slime that was taken the shape of a human. This is Momo, an experienced slime who went through multiple expeditions with another crew. Malak reported calmly, however, his latest expedition with them had ended in everyone dying but him. Since his owner was dead, he broke from his slave's shackles. Unfortunately for him, he got caught by pirates yet again and got auctioned to me with a price of 1 billion SC. Upon hearing so, Felix felt a bit bad by Momo's garbage luck. There were 100 quadrillion slimes spread all over the universe, yet this particular slime had been caught not once but twice. Although he felt bad, Felix had no intentions of releasing him since he understood that slimes were necessary assets in ruins explorations. That's because slimes could be used to scout the situation in the ruins ahead of everyone since they didn't feel pain or get affected by illusions. Additionally, his form wasn't solid, making him able to fit in places where no man could enter. Also, he could split parts of himself and send them inside tiny holes or simply scout for traps without endangering himself. Although slimes didn't feel pain and were almost immortals as long as a small part of their body remained, they could get destroyed quite easily. Their trash defense and offense made them part of the bottom feeders in the social status in the universe, even lower than humans. Good morning, Sir Felix. Momo greeted telepathically since he didn't have vocal cords. Even the bracelet was being consumed inside his jelly-like head since he could hold into it. Morning to you too. Felix greeted back and focused on Malak, who was now pointing her finger at a hound halfling. He had the head of a Labrador and the body of a human. He also had paws instead of hands and a furry tail behind him. This is Kadri from the hound halfling species. I have recruited him due to his excellent smell senses. I believe they would come in handy during our explorations. Couldn't agree less. Felix nodded his head and said, "Welcome to the squad." Thank you, sir. Kadri lowered his head with a calm disposition. He didn't seem as playful as the dog species he belonged to. Malak went to the next one in line and introduced, this Nichi, she is a peak 4th stage plant elementalist who will be our primary healer. I am happy to have you as a part of our family. Felix nodded his head at Nichi, who appeared quite pretty with her short curly brown hair and thin pink lips. She looked quite shy as she had her head lowered since the moment they lined up. Nichi made some acknowledgement noises without lifting her head. Just as Malak wanted to scold her for such disrespectful behavior, Felix waved his hand at her. Please carry on. Malak nodded her head and went in front of a woman with a head of a bat but the curves of a female human. She also had dark furless wings folded behind her. Unlike Nichi, she seemed pretty flirty as she was blinking at Felix with a faint playful smirk. Alas, Felix merely felt shivers course at his back at the sight. Who was in his right mind would feel attracted to a bat halfling besides males from the same race? Felix wasn't that kinky yet. This is Melissa, I hired her due to her sonar-based abilities since I know that in ruins, recognizing sounds would be extremely important. Malak introduced while glaring at Melissa. Felix nodded his head at Melissa and quickly changed his vision to the other 6 male humans beside her. Malak also didn't want to spend too much time talking about the flirty Melissa. She went and placed her hand on top of the short-bearded man's shoulder and introduced with a respectful tone, this is Sir Declan Arroyo, he is the chief engineer and repairman in this ship. I have spent quite a hefty sum to hire him, but I believe it's worth it. I am ecstatic to have you with us, Elder. Felix spoke politely after realizing that the man was a commoner in his hundreds of years. He didn't respect him out of his age only, but also due to his tremendous experience in repairing broken spaceships. Felix understood that repairmen were the bloodline of any spaceship due to the hazardous environment of space and deserted planets. Bots could handle most of the repairing issues, but there were some tricky situations only experienced repairmen could solve. Ho ho ho, what a handsome young fella. Declan spoke with a heavy accent, making his words come out a bit confusing to the ears. However, most of them had managed to understand him due to their sharp senses. Felix showed a strict expression to everyone and warned, although Elder Declan is a commoner, I want you to listen to his orders obediently if they are related to the spaceship. If he told you to bring a screwdriver from the end of the ship, you do it. Am I understood? Yes, sir. Good. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction and requested, please carry on. Malik didn't spend much time introducing the others, as one of them was the spaceship operator called Samir, while the other three were the combat force of the squad. Two of them were 4th stage bloodlines at greater purity, while the last one was at peak 3rd stage of replacement. Although it didn't seem like much, Malik did her best to gather this squad with the limited budget that Felix handed her. However, Felix wasn't too worried, as he had enough money to add more in case the situation called for it. Now, 12 members plus him were good enough to aim at 4 tier and below ancient ruins. The ruins they were currently going for were tiered 4 and called the Shurima Temple. Chapter 556, Reaching the Deserty Planet. Since it was going to take Malik half a year at minimum to secure a license for owning the spaceship, he decided to let her use his license and vouch for her. That's because he couldn't wait that long due to an issue in the timeline. If he still recalled properly, the Shurima Temple was going to be discovered by a pirate crew in less than a month from now if the timeline remained the same. Hence, his reason for rushing everything and not having enough time to plan a better method to sneak Eric and Malik out of the planet without relying on a wish. As for vouching, it simply meant he would be using his license to give them access to planets and Space Worm's expressway. Since his criminal record was sparkling clean, they would be given permission right away. The latest incident had been settled properly and wiped out of Felix's criminal record. However, if his squad did something bad on a planet or such, his license would be revoked and he would be considered as an accomplice to any criminal activity they carried out. It was done like this to stop anyone from vouching for pirates. I believe that Malik had already filled you in with the ruins we are targeting. Felix folded his hands behind his back and informed, since it's a tier 4 ruins, it means that your power force is barely enough to go through it in one piece unless you made a fatal mistake. Everyone's expression got solemn after he mentioned the dangers of the ruins. Although Malik did her best, she still didn't manage to find too many experienced bloodlines in exploring ruins at such a short deadline. Only Momo and Malik had been in a couple of ruins. If it wasn't for Felix's confidence in his hidden intel about the ruins, he wouldn't dare take those virgins to tier 4 ruins. But you don't have to worry, I will be using the ghosting feature to supervise the expedition and also feed you crucial intel that I obtained about the ruins. Felix promised, you just need to listen to orders no matter how insane they seem and everything would go smoothly. Understood? Yes, sir. Perfect. Felix smiled faintly and said lastly, I will be returning later. Stay alert and don't create trouble between yourselves. Upon hearing so, Malik and Eric bowed their heads at Felix, who was breaking into light particles. The rest copied them as they didn't want to leave a bad impression on their master. Especially the bloodliners, who were too eager to carry out favor with Felix so they could join the organization or at least get a mythical bloodline for themselves. This was a big sell-out for Malik when she bought them, as they weren't this cool about being slaves to another person. Didn't think our boss will be this cute up close. Melissa giggled while breaking from the line, heading towards her seat. Cute. A man with a blue goatee and an army hairstyle scoffed at Melissa and proclaimed, Sir Felix is a legendary person who I admire the most. All right Jones, he is not here, you don't have to keep kissing his ass. Kadri said while scratching his furry cheek with a bored expression. A dog like you can't see his greatness. Jones sneered while walking away, most likely heading to his room. Kadri merely yawned lazily at his insult and closed his eyes, trying to take a short nap. Meanwhile, Malik and Eric were discussing private matters related to their primogenitors' bloodlines. When are you planning to integrate? Malik asked. Next week. Eric informed, I am now at 25% and I want to reach 30% like you to obtain 2 active abilities before we reach the ruins. Alright, we will park 10,000 kilometers away from the VIP wormhole so you can integrate. Malik patted his chest and said eagerly, I can't wait to see your active abilities. Eric tightened his fists in excitement and said, I hope they are as good as yours. Both Eric and Malik had been putting great effort to integrate the primogenitors' bloodlines since the moment they received them. Although the duration was tripled so as the pain, they managed to stomach it and adapt to it. After all, they were in the 5th stage of replacement, they had their own fair share of pain throughout their bloodline path. As usual, keep it to yourself that we own mythical bloodlines. Malik warned, unless Sir Felix ordered us to tell the squad, don't inform any more. Will do. All right, go take care of your own matters, I will be contacting my family. Malik waved her hand dismissively at him and walked away. Both of them were already given a new modified contract by Felix to allow them to contact their families and ease them up. Felix made sure that no foul play would be carried during their conversation to avoid his secrets getting exposed. However, he didn't have to worry about either Malik or Eric betraying him as both of them were loving their work so far. They were part of the organization, had primogenitors' bloodlines, were direct subordinates of the great landlord, getting paid monthly, and lastly being treated with respect. They never once felt that they were slaves under Felix and they appreciated that very much. 2 weeks later, the Northern Sentinel spaceship was about to reach the deserted planet that held within it, the Shurama Temple. There were some troubles reaching the deserted planet since it was in an uncharted territory that had yet to be registered in the Queen's database. Thankfully, Felix had the exact coordinates from his previous life, allowing them to avoid getting lost in this uncharted territory. It's sure a small planet. Malik commentated in wonder while staring at a midget planet that was slightly bigger than Pluto. It was also as golden as sand, making them realize that the entire planet must be one massive connected desert. Currently, they were steering towards it not so fast but not so slow either. They were going at this pace to avoid getting detected by other spaceships' radars in the vicinity since their surveillance system wouldn't block incoming detection radio waves. Ring ring. Abruptly, Malik's bracelet started ringing, making her glance at the caller on the small screen. Upon noticing that it was Felix, she shushed everyone down and answered in a straightforward manner, "Should I send you my link now?" "Please do." Felix replied. Malik emailed a unique link and Felix clicked on it. Immediately after, his holographic image began shaping up in the cockpit within the pack. A second later, the synchronization was turned on and Felix began feeling everything surrounding him while appearing somewhat lifelike as he hovered above their heads. "Welcome back, boss." Everyone greeted with a head bow. Felix nodded his head in appreciation and asked for an update on their current plan. "We will be waiting for the planet to make half an orbit so we can land exactly near the ancient ruins." Malik read from a hologram, "Based on the Queen's calculation, this will happen 2 hours from now if we continued going at the same speed." "Good." Felix nodded his head and asked, "How about the plan to explore the ruins?" "We have decided to move at 24 hours later so we can explore the area around the ruins first. After we make a good assertion of the area, the crewmen would be left behind in the spaceship while everyone else would be moving at dawn. As for the plan exactly to explore the ruins, we can only use the standard exploration plan since we lack knowledge about the traps in the ruins." Malik reported. "Leave the traps situation to me." Felix comforted them, I have received some insider intel from the organization about the same ruins getting explored by another group. They firmly believed that the structure was more or like the same. For real. Everyone exclaimed in delight at the sound of that. They always felt frightened the most by traps instead of beasts or guardians. If they could be taken care of, then the exploration's difficulty would be lowered substantially. I don't want to jinx it, but I would say that there is a 70% chance of the theory being correct. Felix ensured with a faint smile. Haha, we are going to get rich without having too much risk into it. Kadri laughed with his dog mouth wide open. The others didn't bother with the bits of saliva flying everywhere as they were also too excited to care. They ought to feel this way since the slavery contract they signed had ensured that they would be getting 7% of the profit split up among them while Eric and Mock would be getting 1.5% each. The remaining 90% would be going to Felix's pockets. Yet, no one complained about it since Felix was the master and they should feel glad that he bothered to share with them some of the treasures. Because they signed a limited-time slavery contract that would last for about 100 years, it meant that they would be filthy rich by the time they get freed. Naturally, if they remained alive by then. Felix asked Malik to modify the contract in order to motivate them to do their utmost best in the exploration. Without the carrot, the stick would merely be doing more harm than good. Seeing everyone's eager expressions as they neared the planet, Felix couldn't help but smile inwardly. There is a high chance to empty all the 3 treasuries in the temple before it collapses. Chapter 557, Unbearable Heat. Time went by and the squad kept waiting patiently for the planet to make half an orbit. Since the Queen was the one making the calculation, it took exactly 2 hours for them to reach the planet atmosphere right above the ruins' coordinates. Everyone buckle up. Samir, the spaceship operator, proclaimed calmly while pressing a couple of buttons on his dashboard. It seems like he was planning on making a manual descent. No one had any issues with that since the spaceship operator couldn't leave the Queen to handle everything lest he gets rusty. When the situation calls for his assistance, he wouldn't much of a use. Upon seeing that everyone had their seatbelts on plus helmets, Samir turned off the engines and narrowed his eyes at a holographic screen that was showing the bottom of the spaceship. The atmosphere is extremely thin, probably has less than 2 layers. Samir informed them, we will be reaching the land in no time. As he mentioned, it didn't take even a few seconds before the spaceship started blazing through the atmosphere. However, there wasn't a single shake carried inside the cockpit, showing the steadiness of the spaceship. Felix spent $1.5 billion to secure this silver cubic spaceship for its suburb defenses, weaponry system, and lastly surveillance system. He had to do so if he didn't want his squad to get destroyed by the first pirates they encounter. 10 seconds before the touchdown, Samir announced while turning on the engines on the bottom side of the spaceship to create a counterforce. Immediately after they were on, the spaceship speed had been brought down to the minimum, allowing it to descend in a slow manner until it touched the desert safely. Whoosh! A massive sand cloud had been risen from the contact, blocking off most of the cameras on the spaceship's surface. However, when it was over, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking sight of a golden desert, spreading to infinity. Damn, this is the true meaning of a deserted planet. Eric whistled, there is not a single life form in all cameras. Boss, besides the ruins, we can turn this planet into a tourist attraction if we managed to build multiple desert-themed entertainment centers in it. Malik suggested. Indeed. Felix added with a faint smile, we can also rent a couple of zones to mining companies who are interested in digging up sand energy stones. With such an extreme environment, there is a high chance of finding at least low-tier sand energy stones. Everyone nodded in agreement while showing an envious look at Felix. Before they even explored the ruins, Felix was about to make a windfall just from the uniqueness of the planet. This was the reason why millions of explorations were being carried out in the galaxy by ambitious and adventurous explorers, seeking the abundance of the universe's riches. Just a single deserted planet was a profitable discovery. Based on the laws of the SG Alliance, the first to find a planet would belong to him if he managed to create the necessary paperwork for it. Felix had already got this taken care of since it wasn't much of a hassle. Now, this planet actually belonged to him on paper. If anyone wanted to step foot in it, he would require to ask for permission from Felix. Otherwise, he would be considered as transpassing. Felix could sue them if they weren't already outlaw criminals who didn't wear AP bracelets. Prepare to disembark. Malik ordered, we need to finish this as fast as possible lest something comes up and mess up our plans. Everyone unfastened themselves and started double-checking their suits and helmets for any faults since the atmosphere of the planet lacked oxygen. The spaceship was able to scan the content of the air easily and let them know. Upon finding out that everything was good, they formed a line and stood on a moving elevator that took them to the main gate. The moment they reached it, Malik went forward and scanned her bracelet. SHSHSHS. Smoke emerged from the sides of the gate as it started to open itself slowly. Behind the gate, there was another one closed shut that wouldn't open up until the first gate gets shut. This mechanism was used to avoid having the spaceship's gate open up in a vacuum space, propelling everything outside of the spaceship. After all of them got inside the isolated room, the door behind them got closed and the one in front of them opened up slowly. It's so hot! Eric exclaimed after noticing through the helmet's monitors that the heat degree had surpassed 100°C. Thankfully, they were wearing special anti-environmental hazard suits that Felix got for them. They were equipped with everything they require, from oxygen tanks connected with their back to water tubes connected to 4 bottles at the waist. Plus, those suits were made out of nanobots since the squad would be required to utilize their abilities. It would be impossible to do so if their suits were made out of fabric as they would get damaged in the process. Lastly, the suits were capable of adding weight based on the planet's gravity so they wouldn't be losing too much control when they move. Alright, move out. Malik stepped out first, standing on a long set of moving stairs that were touching the soft sand. The others followed after her and began surveying the around them with fascinated expressions. They could see that there were 2 suns in the sky. One was nearby while the other was merely a tiny dot, probably a megastar that was millions of kilometers away from this small solar system. Yet, still, the heat coming from both of them had turned this planet into an oven, making it almost impossible for anything to live on its surface. Shit, the sand is boiling. Kadri complained while jumping in his place. Malik didn't feel the heat at all since she had unlocked fire immunity at 15% integration. Though, seeing that everyone was struggling to keep their foot on the desert, she ordered, bring out your hover platforms, and make sure to put them away if you get notified about their temperature exceeding the limit. Just like they received grace from God, everyone stumbled to beam their own hover platforms and jumped on them immediately after they got constructed. The sand must be at 130°C for us to feel it even though we are wearing those suits. Melissa reasoned while picking a bunch of sand in her hand. No wonder there is no sight of any life form. Pualani said calmly. He was the 3rd strongest bloodliner in the squad after Eric and Malik. He had a tough demeanor to him and that scar on his left eye just emphasized that he was a serious person who shouldn't be messed with. Where are the ruins though? Jones wondered. I believe we should be only 100 meters or so away from the exact coordinates. Everyone wondered the same and they couldn't help but glance at Felix who was hovering above their heads. Felix smiled lightly and pointed his finger at an empty spot that was 50 meters away from them. Didn't you see the digging machines parked in the vehicle space inside the spaceship? He smiled. The ruins are clearly buried deep underground and we need to dig the entrance. How deep? Kadri asked what was in everyone's minds. It would take the machines at least 12 hours of continuous digging in a 30-meter radius to find out the exact temple's gate. Felix informed, if you want to get it over with fast, then you better pick your shovels and help the machines. No one seemed too disheartened by the news as they expected to find difficulties accessing the ruins one way or another. That's because if all the ruins were exposed in the open without any invisibility dome or some sort of an illusion dome, then most of them would have been discovered by now. Damn, digging in such a heat would surely kill us. Kadri complained again. He seemed like he abhorred the heat to the bone. That's why we would be working during the nighttime. Malik clapped her hands and ordered, "You have 10 minutes to scout the entire area for any life forms existing underground. We don't want to have sand-based beasts popping out from underneath us during our digging." Felix already knew that the planet didn't have a single soul in it, but he didn't inform them about it since he didn't want to bring too much attention to himself. He already exposed too much intel and was going to expose even more during the temple. Better keep some harmless stuff hidden. As expected, the squad spent more than 15 minutes and their scanners came out empty, making them sigh in relief. After they grouped up again, all of them were forced to put away their hover platforms as they had been heated significantly. Since there was nothing much to do in the desert, all of them withdrew back inside the spaceship, waiting patiently for the night to fall. All of them knew that would be happening quite soon as both the suns were close to set west at the same time. Listen up, based on the Queen's calculation, this planet has 8 hours of brutal daylight and measly 4 hours of nighttime. Malik spoke with a serious tone, "So you better bring your A game so we wouldn't be stuck here for weeks." Understood. Yes, Captain. Author note, sorry for the delay, there was a power outage that lasted for 2 hours. Chapter 558, Eric's Wind Ability. After waiting half an hour inside the spaceship, the squad rejoined their activities after noticing that the sun was going to set in less than 5 minutes. Clap clap. Remember your digging positions well so you won't mix up with each other. Malik advised one last time before opening up the spaceship's gate. The first to move out were 3 medium-sized yellow digging machines that were controlled by Ace. Then, followed the rest of the squad, leaving only Momo and the spaceship's crew behind. I can't believe it's 30°C now. The daylight is hot as hell while the nighttime is as cold as Mountain's Peak. Kadri tapped on his helmet's glass, thinking that the temperature given might be false. Too bad, everyone had the same temperature, making them realize that this planet would most definitely not serve as a good tourist attraction. The environment was just too extreme for commoners who were looking to enjoy their time. Honestly, Felix didn't care about it too much since it would take at least a year before the entertainment centers get built and promoted to everyone. In addition, he needed to protect the planet from pirates' attacks that would aim to rob those tourists. It was just too much of a hassle for 5 billion or 10 on yearly basis. Enough chatting and start digging. Malik ordered while beaming a shovel and a hover platform. The rest copied her and went to the exact coordinates. Then, they spread into 2 groups and began digging through the dunes of sands that would make anyone hopeless just by the sheer amount of them. Thankfully, those bloodliners all were at the end stages of the replacement realm, giving them a large boost to their physical strength and stamina. Hence, they started eating through the 2 smallest dunes in the area while letting the 3 machines handle the center of the coordinates. I feel like we are digging nothing. Eric complained while throwing the dug sand behind his back. Immediately after he did so, a wave of sand filled the hole, making it appear brand new. Just dig faster. Kadri clarified while shoveling 5 times in less than 2 seconds. Although this method seemed pretty exhausting, he was indeed making better progress than all of them. Can't I just blow the dune away? Eric informed, I have the perfect ability for it, but it will create a sandstorm. Malik recalled Eric's 2 active abilities that he unlocked at 30% and thought, if he used Cosmic Vortex here, he will indeed get rid of at least 50% of the sand here. But, the ability is too high-profiled and the rest will figure out that it couldn't be from a legendary bloodline. Malik still didn't know Felix's opinion on the matter about them being primogenitor's bloodliners, if it should be kept a secret or not. Hence, she didn't want to use their primogenitor's abilities until she got direct approval. Sir Felix, is it alright to expose our mythical abilities? She inquired. The hell? If you aren't going to use them, why did I bother asking the organization to give you those bloodlines? Felix asked back with a speechless look. He was confused the entire time about Eric not popping out his active ability to help them out. But, he didn't interfere or say anything since he was here just as a spectator and an intel provider. As for orders and planning, he left them to Malik and he felt that it would be disrespectful to override her orders. I thought you wanted us to keep our identity a secret. Malik coughed a bit embarrassed. I don't care about any of that. Felix waved his hand dismissively at her, just go wild with your abilities. It will actually motivate the squad to work harder so they could prove themselves to the organization. This facilitates a lot of things. Malik sighed in relief after taking care of such a misunderstanding. Without further ado, she gave the go signal to Eric, who didn't dare to use his ability without her approval. Hehe, this will be so much fun. Eric rubbed his hands in excitement while sending a telepathic warning to everyone. Go back to the spaceship if you don't want to get caught. When Malik emphasized the warning, everyone else picked up their shovels and hovered back to the spaceship, leaving the machines behind. She knew that they were heavy enough to handle his ability. After seeing that he was the only one left behind, Eric cracked his exposed fingers from his suit. Then, he grinned widely and extended both of his arms forward while he was hovering a couple of meters away from the digging spot. Just as his squad started to guess what he was doing while watching him from behind the windows, a sudden fierce gale had emerged, carrying with it a wave of sand. Then, it was followed by another and another. They kept coming and going at the same time until Eric had been completely hidden by the sand clouds. Before they could worry about him, Eric had emerged hundreds of meters above the messy terrain and shouted, "Cosmic Vortex!" Whoosh whoosh! The fierce gales from before had been all merged, creating a massive tornado that was connected to the cloudless sky. It was so big and tall, the squad had the impression that the vortex had reached outer space. Its size would send shivers down anyone's spines as it appeared even more fierce than a real natural hurricane. What's in God's name is this ability? Was Eric an Origin Realm bloodliner all along? Don't tell me, it's from a mythical bloodline. Everyone's jaws had been dropped to the ground by the ability's massive area of effect that shouldn't be possible to even peak 6th stage bloodliner. They could only watch in awe as the sand kept getting picked up by the vortex while the dunes kept getting reduced in size. After tens of seconds, Eric sent away the yellow sand vortex while following it from behind. It had done its job by picking as much sand as possible within the constraints of his elemental energy. Eric's energy was being drained rapidly for such a massive tornado, making him feel the same pain as Felix. Primogenitor's abilities sure were fierce, but so as the resources needed to use them efficiently. While the tornado was moving, it kept picking up more sand. However, due to the tornado's abnormal height, the sand didn't manage to reach its peak. This ended up splitting the tornado into a yellow half and a grey half. Alas, before the squad could appreciate the sight, Eric had deactivated it after seeing that he was 100 meters or so away from the ruins' coordinates. Whoosh! Both the sand and the wind had been released in the opposite direction of ruins, creating a whole new set of dunes. As for the ruins' coordinates, it appeared almost bald compared to its surroundings. Good work, Eric! Malik complimented telepathically before ordering the squad, wake your ass up. We need to move before the wind makes Eric's efforts wasted. The squad followed after her while still having astounded expressions. All of them didn't hesitate to send a message to Eric, questioning him about his integration. He came clean, letting them know that he was a mythical bloodliner and a member of the organization. Since he received approval, there was no need to half-ass the truth. He actually got it. Jones gulped a mouthful and thought, I thought there is barely 1% chance of getting mythical bloodlines due to its expansiveness and rareness. But this changes everything. I have a chance as well. Jones' thought process was shared by all the bloodlines in the squad. They were clinging to a thin string of hope that Felix might help them out with getting a mythical bloodline of their own. But they knew deep down, that wouldn't be possible since it was already common knowledge that Felix didn't have a high standing in the organization. In addition, why bother giving them a mythical bloodline that was being requested by all of the bloodliners in the galaxy at a price of 60 billion plus? However, the sight of Eric creating that godly vortex had rekindled their hope, and they had all decided to go all out in pleasing Felix to remain loyal to him just to get a chance of being recommended as Eric. Seeing their eager expressions as they hovered rapidly towards the digging zone made Felix nod his head in satisfaction. He didn't mind picking another bloodliner to turn into a primogenitor bloodliner if he showed a good attitude and an amazing combat sense. After all, his end goal was to create a legion of loyal primogenitor bloodliners who would have his back. Keep digging. Malik ordered while supervising everyone. We need to try and find the ruins tonight, or at least in the next day, so the wind wouldn't ruin our efforts. She didn't need to tell them so, as they were already going at it as hard as possible. Still, they weren't as efficient as the machines that were pulling tons of sands each time and tossing it away. Just like this, a 10 meters hole began taking shape in the middle of the desert on this forsaken planet. Hours went by and the sun was starting to shine, but everyone was still hard at work even though they seemed dead-ass tired. They wouldn't have made it this far of non-stop digging if it wasn't for the stamina recovery potions that were able to bring them to their tiptoe form each time. However, the muscles might get recovered, but the mentality wasn't that easily treatable. Seeing that everyone starting exhibiting signs of mental exhaustion, Malik decided to stop for today and restart tomorrow night. However, just as she was about to give the order, Kadri exclaimed out loud, "I touched something hard." Chapter 559, A Deep Hole. Everyone turned at once towards him, appearing quite enlivened by his exclamation. "What is it?" Everyone threw their shovels aside and rode their hover platforms in his direction. Upon reaching it, they were surprised to see a pointy, sharp yellow rock, resembling a spearhead. "Is it a rock?" Eric inquired while leaning closer. "Let's find out," Malik said as she beamed a small shovel and passed it to Kadri. In a careful manner, he began digging the sides around the yellow rock, exposing more and more hard surfaces around it. They weren't separated from the first rock, making them a bit confused about what it was. Soon, all of them picked up their own small shovels and began assisting Kadri after realizing that something big was underneath. After 5 minutes or so, they were all left in a state of marvel at the sight of a humanoid statue holding tightly into a broken spear. His cracked head was that of an eagle while his back had 2 broken wings attached to it. The statue was not small in the slightest, as the squad was all standing on his chest. His legs had yet to be exposed. "Doesn't he remind you of Blackie?" Asna asked with a surprised tone. "Matter of a fact, he does," Felix replied. Asna turned to Lady Sphinx, who was bullying Thor and Ramongendra in poker, and asked her, "Big sis, is there any chance that this temple might belong to you?" Lady Sphinx glanced upward to check and responded casually, "Probably belonged to one of my worshippers in ancient time." Felix was left at loss for words at the sound of that. He knew that the primogenitor's worshippers were spread far and wide in the universe, but he didn't expect that one of Lady Sphinx's ruins would be in the Milky Way galaxy. The fact that it was the first ruins he aimed for was quite unexpected. "Elder, you don't mind cleaning your worshipper's temple, right?" Felix coughed. "Help yourself." Lady Sphinx gave half a shrug as she pushed a bunch of coins to the center of the table, making both Thor and Ramongendra sweat a bit. Immediately after getting her permission, Felix focused back on the squad that was continuing to reveal the statue. They were so engrossed in their work, they forgot about their fatigue and also the 2 suns that were beginning to rise from the east. A few minutes later, they were forced to break out of their focus as the sand around them began heating up, making them realize that it was time to bounce. "Good work, everyone." Malik clapped her hands twice and said, "Let's head back to the spaceship and take a break. We will continue from where we left at dusk." Everyone nodded their heads and beamed their shovels. Then, they hovered to the spaceship and closed the gate after them, leaving the machines behind. Unlike them, they could work 24/7 due to their quality and also their energy that was being powered by a miniature nuclear battery. In an hour or two, everyone had gathered in the conference room after they took a cooling shower and ate dinner. Which ancient civilization do you think these ruins belong to? Melissa asked while chewing bubblegum. Everyone glanced at Felix, knowing that he was the one who possessed the most information. Don't really know. Felix lied through his teeth. The organization simply informed me that it should be filled with sand-based natural treasures. Upon hearing so, the squad began throwing guesses of their own. Do you think it belonged to one of the ancestral beings? Jones inquired. I do hope so. Malik said, the information harvested from the ruins would net us a noteworthy sum from the Queen and the intel traders. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. They understood that most of the ruins didn't belong to far-off ancient civilizations most of the time. Instead, they belonged to either aboriginal natives who went extinct due to an apocalyptic event or got destroyed in wars. Those ruins didn't have much value in terms of information and treasures, unlike ruins belonging to ancient civilizations. As for the ancestral beings they spoke about, they were actually referring to the primogenitors. It was to be expected that those ruins would have traces and marks left behind that mention the primogenitors' existence billions of years ago. Though, the information gotten from those ruins gets sold to intel traders who would then sell it to high-profiled people. Those people had no intentions of enlightening the masses by spreading the information in public. Meanwhile, the Queen locks that information in the lowest layer of the network, making it impossible for the majority to gain access to them. Still, some information gets leaked all the time, allowing Malak and the rest to know about the enigmatic ancestral beings. Unbeknownst to them, the ancestral being behind these ruins was currently reading a book in enjoyment while receiving a shoulder massage and a foot rub from Thor and J. Ramongandr. It was clear how that poker game had gone down. 28 hours later, the ruins site had been completely changed compared to the first time they found that spear's tip. Now, they had exposed more than 2 statues and thousands of broken rocks, spread through the entire site. While the statues had been discovered in the left and right corners, the majority of the rubble was in the center, making them assume that the entrance should be buried below it. That's because they believed that the guardians were put at the sides like doorkeepers. However, no matter how much they dug, there was no sight of a single opening. Only yellow square rocks were greeting their desolate eyes. If it wasn't for the statues, they would have already given up on this spot and tried another one. Anything yet? Kadri shouted after taking a sip of water from a flexible tube. Nothing here. Same. Just rocks as usual. Only negative responses resounded in their minds. All of them sighed in dejection and continued digging or picking up rocks. They had dug deep enough. They were required to use plenty of water to wet the sand plus create walls using the rubble to keep it steady. Hours went by and still, no positive results came in. Can we take 5? Jones dropped on his back while breathing ruggedly inside his helmet. Upon hearing his breaths, Malik scolded, drink the stamina recovery potion and start pacing your breaths. You are wasting precious oxy. Food. Malik's voice got interrupted halfway through by a loud noise of something falling down then crashing into another hard object. Quicker than lightning, she turned her head and focused on Nietzsche as the noise had come from her area. What came in her view was the sight of a dark hole between 2 large boulders. Nietzsche was standing in shock right at the edges of the right boulder. Is that the entrance? Eric asked with an excited tone as he dashed towards Nietzsche. The rest went after him, eager and hopeful about this discovery. I don't know. Nietzsche replied shyly while peeking through the dark hole, but it is quite deep. When everyone climbed the boulders and glanced down, they were also confused if this hole was the entrance or just another dead end. There is only one way to find out. Malik requested in her mind, Queen, please ask Momo to come here as fast as possible. As a slime, it was only natural that he would be left in the spaceship instead of helping them with this hard labor. His jelly-like body didn't have a solid mass, making it almost impossible to exert strength on objects. You need me, Captain. Momo spoke telepathically. Yes, we have found a lead, we need you to scout the situation. Right away. In less than a minute, Momo could be seen hovering towards them while wearing a suit but not the helmet. Slimes were known for being immortal due to their survivability in any atmosphere and environment. So, he didn't care about the chill or the lack of oxygen. When he reached the hole that they found, he immediately split his arm that had the AP bracelet and sent it down. The bracelet turned on the flashlight plus a recording camera that was synchronized with a holographic screen before everyone. The first thing they noticed was that the walls of the hole belonged to the boulders they were standing on. The deeper the slime arm reached, the more astonished they got at the size of the boulders. It had already reached 25 meters below ground, yet no signs of a floor or another hole in those walls. Is this a well? Eric wondered. Highly doubtful. Melissa clarified, wells shouldn't be this deep and they must definitely not be between two boulders. This must be a chimney or an escape route, or something. The reason she thought so was because of the almost perfectly shaped hole. It appeared like those two boulders were merged, leaving this hole behind, or it got dug after they got merged. Maybe this was just one gigantic boulder that got split in half and the hole had been dug before that. Whatever it was, everyone was filled with anticipation as they began to believe that they had found at least a way inside the temple. Seconds went by, then minutes. The slime's arm kept gliding down the wall continuously while having its distance tracked by the bracelet. Right now, it had already gone 80 meters underneath, making the squad skeptical if this hole had any floor. However, just as they began to believe that there were 100 meters more to cross, the holographic screen had brightened up akin to a golden crown placed under the sun. The light was golden and mesmerizing in this dark hour, making everyone allured to focus on it. The moment the blurriness of the light went away, their hearts started pounding thunderously at a scene that would remain with them for the rest of their lives. Chapter 560, Tomb Screamers. What are those? Eric murmured with a dazed expression as he watched a sea of golden bugs spread throughout a massive empty underground world with hundreds of shimmering golden pillars. Those bugs had butterfly-like wings, making them fly in flocks from a pillar to another, leaving behind them a trail of golden dust. When the dust lands on the ground or the pillars, it paints them with a golden color, making it seem like the entire underground world was actually made out of pure gold. Look there! Jones exclaimed with a stupefied expression as he pointed his shaky finger at a gigantic golden pyramid with a shimmering pointy peak. It didn't have a single window or an entrance, appearing like a rock that had been sculptured into a pyramid. The most fascinating part was the fact that it appeared brand new without a single spark of dust or fissure on it. Besides those butterflies, pillars, and the pyramid, there was nothing else in the area. Just as they wanted to discuss them, they were shocked by the sight of a flock of those butterfly bugs, heading to the hole, where they were peeking using Momo's bracelet. Close it! Without a single ounce of hesitation, Malik ordered while backing away from the hole. While the rest were half a beat slower, Pualani instantly jumped below the boulder and picked a giant rock with his bare hands. Then, he tossed it while shouting, "Move!" The squad scrambled to get out of the way, allowing the rock to land almost near the hole. Malik did the rest by pushing it easily until it closed the hole completely. SSHSHSHSHSHS. Through the cracks between the hole and the rock, Malik was able to hear a soul-chilling noise of millions of wings fluttering all together. That was a close one. Malik sighed in relief while jumping below, grouping up with the rest. They seemed pretty confused by her decision to close down the hole. Is there something wrong with those butterflies? Pualani asked with a solemn tone. He moved purely on Malik's orders without having a single clue of the reason. His quick reaction was due to his background in the army, as he was an ex-lieutenant colonel in the Galactical Army of the Milky Way Galaxy. Only Malik and Felix knew the reason why he turned out to be a slave. I don't really know what they do. Malik clarified, but Sir Felix warned me to stay away from any insect in these ruins no matter how harmless they appeared. Everyone's expression turned serious at the sound of that. Since it was coming straight from Felix, it only meant that the organization had difficulties with insects in the other ruins that resembled this one. Remembering their sheer numbers in the underground world made their hearts sink to their stomachs. Let's update the boss first, Kadri suggested. Already on it, Malik said while writing a message to Felix, who was currently in the process of concoction practice. When Felix received it and read all things that transpired, he immediately dropped the practice halfway through and requested the Queen to use Malik's link. Whoosh! In a few moments, Felix's body got reconstructed above them. He didn't bother to waste time with greetings as he asked calmly, "Did any of you got touched by those insects?" Everyone shook their heads. "Boss, you think they can harm us?" Eric asked while stretching his nanobot suit. "As long as we are wearing this, I doubt those tiny insects could penetrate them and touch us directly." The rest of the squad nodded their heads in agreement. They had already done enough research on their suits to understand that they were able to defend against peak third-stage bloodliners. Don't even mention little bugs. That would have been true if the tomb screamers didn't have acidic fangs as their secondary weapons. Felix shook his head and clarified their doubts. The acid those fangs release could melt off those nanobots easily. If we added their numbers to the mix, your suit wouldn't have been the same if you got engulfed by them. Scary. Felix's words managed to send goosebumps down their spine. Alas, he wasn't over yet as he mentioned, "That's just to break your defenses, their real weapon is their mental affecting signals that are capable of making you go crazy to gather as many tomb screamers as possible. You will not even care if you harmed each other for them." SSSSSS. Everyone drew a deep of cold breath in fear except Momo, who had complete immunity against both effects. If everyone died, he would survive again just like in his previous squad. There are billions of them down there. Kadri sighed, "Even if we wanted to exterminate them, it would take us days and a massive amount of energy stones. If we relied on our spaceship's weapons, they would most definitely sink the entire desert on the ruins, burying them again." "Boss, since you know all of this about them, do you have a solution?" Eric inquired. "Indeed." Felix smiled. "The organization didn't know what type of insects you will meet in the ruins, but they were confident that you will meet with a type or two. So, they had given me plenty of defensive spray against them." As expected of the boss and the organization. Eric gave a thumb up in appreciation and said, "Always reliable." The rest sighed in relief as well after realizing that their problem had been solved. Felix pointed at the spaceship and informed, "Someone go check the warehouse and bring with you a box with an insect label." "Leave it to me." Eric immediately dashed towards the spaceship's gate. Though, it took him 10 minutes to come back since the warehouse was far from the spaceship's entrance. Thud. Eric placed the grey metallic box on a rock and backed off. Malik stepped forward and opened it up with her scanner. Then, she pulled out multiple green spray cans and spread them on the squad. "Spray your entire suit until you start to stink with the stench," Felix explained, "then, immediately enter the hole and aim for the pyramid without making too much noise. They may not approach you on their own due to the spray, but they will keep buzzing a couple of meters around you, annoying the hell out of you." The squad members nodded their heads in understanding while spraying themselves. Felix continued speaking, "After you reach the pyramid, make sure to stop at the last staircase. There is a high chance that the closer you get to it, the more likely you will end up activating a trap." Felix knew that there weren't any traps before the pyramid. But he didn't want to expose everything now. Better wait until he actually sees the pyramid and concocts another bullshit excuse for his future knowledge. A few minutes later, the squad was standing above the boulders while a couple of empty cans were spread on the ground. They couldn't smell their stench, but they presumed that it should be enough after emptying a whole bottle on themselves. "Ready?" Pualani asked while placing his hands on the rock that was closing the hole. Upon seeing that everyone had nodded their heads, he lifted it and threw it away like it weighed nothing. Then, he pulled back with the rest, worrying that a flood of tomb screamers would burst at once. However, they waited a couple of seconds and nothing emerged. They had returned below. Let's move quick. Malik said while jumping through the hole without hesitation. While she was free falling in a straight posture, she kept counting down the seconds backward. The moment she reached 0, she activated her ability Wings of Eternity. 2 enormous wings created from blue flames had emerged from the back and started flapping like a graceful swan, helping her descend slowly to the ground. The instant she touched the ground, the heat had managed to burn off hundreds of tomb screamers around her. It seemed like she didn't have an issue with them if she was willing to keep her wings active. Malik had no issue with that since her wings could remain active for eternity, not consuming even a bit of her elemental energy. While Malik was fully confused about how does that works, it was explained to Felix by Lady Sphinx after he heard about the ability as well. He was told that the wings rely on the same concept of transmutation. The flames transmute the natural energy around the user into elemental fire energy, making them able to sustain themselves without relying on the user's tank. Truly a worthy ability of a primogenitor. Whoosh whoosh. Eric and the rest followed after her, each using their own method of descent. Momo simply jumped down and ended up smacking face first on the ground while Melissa carried Kadri, flying him below with her bat wings. As for Nichi, she used long vines to connect to the ground and climbed down on them. The rest used her method as well. After they gathered below, they kept their noises down while surveying the area around them that was infested with tomb screamers. Stay away from the pillars and try to move in one line to have each other's back. Malik ordered while taking the lead towards the pyramid. We never know if there are other dangers hidden in here. Unbeknownst to her and Felix, the dangers weren't really here but on the outside, as a medium-sized fleet of ragtag spaceships was currently approaching the planet at the speed of sound. No matter how the spaceship was shaped or looked, all of them had one gigantic flag painted on the right side. A flag that had a white spider skull while it was crossed by 8 white bones, appearing just like its legs. Below the flag, there was a name written with the common universal language. It says, The Bloody Mary Pirates. Chapter 561, A Unique Mechanism of Entry. Inside the biggest pirate spaceship that was in the middle of the fleet formation, 3 individuals were sitting in the cockpit while eyeing the tiny yellow dot in the far distance. Captain Roger, we will reach the planet in under 30 minutes if we kept the same pace. A humanoid lizard with a black collar informed. He was sitting before the cockpit's dashboard, clearly implying his job as the spaceship's operator. Should we increase our speed? A dignified woman with a muscular body and a lean jawbone suggested while looking behind her. She was staring at their bearded captain, who had spider tattoos all over his face and neck, making him horrifying to look at. God knows if he had inked his entire body as well. No, we don't know if that weasel had already sold or shared the map to other parties before we took it from him. The captain spoke with an imperative voice. Indeed, the planet could be infested with other pirates or bloodline clans. If we increased our speed we will get picked up by their radars. The spaceship operator agreed. I do hope to find a group or 2 in there. The dignified woman licked her lips and said, It will save us months of efforts to scan the entire planet for the ruins. It seemed like Felix had made a big blunder as he always assumed that the Bloody Mary pirates were going to find the ruins a month later from now if the timeline stayed the same. He was a bit confident that his actions shouldn't have changed the pirates' behavior since they rarely use a bracelet or give a crap about the SG news. That's because they couldn't wear one lest the Queen report their location to the authorities due to them breaking multiple contracts. Felix was right in this part as the Bloody Mary pirates didn't even care about the existence of the Phantom organization or Felix and simply focused on their own things. However, even though they were following the same timeline, Felix had failed to account for the notion that the pirates might have reached the ruins months earlier than the date shown in the documentary. But he shouldn't be blamed since the documentary had been edited to show that the pirates went straight from space to the ruins location completely opposite to those three's discussion. Right now, they were coasting towards the deserted planet, seeking the riches of the ruins, not knowing that they were about to experience their first change in their timeline. While the pirates were left to discuss the ruins, Felix and the rest had already reached the pyramid without getting swarmed by those tomb screamers. The spray was effective all right, as the tomb screamers kept avoiding the party at all cost. During their journey, they realized that nothing here was actually made out of gold. Everything was due to the tomb screamers' golden dust covering the entire ground and pillars. They even started to wonder if the pyramid was also golden due to the dust or not. "Boss, what now?" Eric asked while lifting his head, narrowing his eyes at the peak of the pyramid that reached almost 200 meters. The rest also were surveying the area around them while standing still above the last staircase. None of them dared to step forth without Felix's approval. Since everything that we experienced is almost the same as the other party in their own ruins, it is fair to assume that the traps and conditions to access the pyramid should be the same as well. Felix fed them some bullshit to calm their nerves before adding, "I want you to create a tight triangle formation and take one unified step each time." "What?" Everyone was either confused or surprised by the order. But seeing that Felix wasn't laughing made them understand that he was dead serious. "Form up." Malik didn't waste time by asking Felix to explain himself, as she knew that the sprays could last them for only 2 hours. At the start, there was some confusion about the placement, but Malik took care of it by starting to appoint them their positions. Momo was placed at the helm of the triangle while Eric and Pualani were placed at the other 2 corners. The rest were left to fill the inside. They made sure to leave enough space for them to take a step forward without tripping each other. When Felix saw that they were ready, he explained himself. The other squad had found out after multiple failed attempts, that to open up the pyramid, you need to walk in this formation as a single unit. There were probably sensors on the ground that react to only this unique method. If there are no traps here, why can't we brute force ourselves in? Eric wondered. Because the pyramid is made out of strucrace, one of the top 10 strongest minerals in the entire universe. Felix debunked his idea. The others didn't dare to underestimate the pyramid after hearing so. "All right, Malik, start leading the squad forward and make sure to keep moving forward no matter what," Felix informed while hovering above them. "What's going to happen if we aren't synchronized?" Melissa inquired. "The pyramid won't open up." Felix comforted them, "There are no limited chances, just keep doing it until you nail it. Though, do remember that the sprays have a limited duration, so you can't take more than 15 minutes to open it up if you want to gather the treasures within." Malik nodded her head and said, "On the count of 3 we will take a step forward with our left foot. Then I will restart the count, and this takes to use the right foot. We will keep going like this until Sir Felix tells us to stop." "Understood." "Yes." Everyone nodded their head but Eric, as he lifted his hand and asked bashfully, "Are we going to move on 3 exactly or after it?" "The moment you hear me say it, step forward," Malik stressed. Upon seeing that everyone was ready, she took a deep and began counting telepathically. The instant she said 3, all of them took a step forward with their left foot. However, nothing happened, making them glance at each other's feet. Did someone mess up? Kadri wondered. "You guys are doing great, just keep going." Felix rushed them. When they heard his approval, Malik started counting again and others entered a focused state, moving exactly on the count of 3 every time. They did so 7 times in a row, crossing a third of the path, leading to the pyramid. Yet, still nothing much changed. However, they didn't stop and question Felix but continued on the same unified march. Due to their suburb senses and focus, they were doing great so far, not breaking their unity. 1, 2, 3. Thud. Creak. The moment they crossed half of the path, the ground had sunken a little bit, creating ear-piercing creaking noises. SSH SH SSH SH SH. The tomb screamers went ballistic after hearing the noise as they began fluttering their wings towards them. This created a horrifying picture of a sea of insects, aiming to engulf them. However, due to the repeller, they ended up hovering 5 meters around them, creating a living golden dome that would send shivers down the spine of the toughest man in the galaxy. Noticing that they were starting to panic, Felix quickly stressed, "Don't take a single step. You will ruin your entire efforts and will be forced to restart all over again." The moment Nietzsche heard so, her foot got frozen slightly above the ground. She was just about to take a step back reflexively. "I am so sorry." Nietzsche apologized with her head lowered, knowing that she might have screwed it up for them. Just as Malik wanted to comfort her, Felix shook his head and said, "You guys are still in the safe. You just need to lift your foot slightly as well and then place them at the exact moment to restart." "Thank God." Upon hearing so, Malik immediately began the countdown, uncaring about the millions of tomb screamers that were literally 5 meters away from her face. Nietzsche and Melissa even closed their eyes to not see them and just followed Malik's voice and intuition. It worked just like a charm as the ground had sunken even further after they took another unified step. SSHSHSHSHS. This agitated the tomb screamers even more, but they still refused to cross the 5 meters mark. Upon seeing so, the squad ignored them fully and continued on their path downward. By now, they already realized that the entrance wasn't on the pyramid itself but on the path leading it. Who would have bothered to check the path itself and not the pyramid? They realized that they were lucky that Felix was there providing them with such crucial information. If it wasn't for so, Felix had no doubt that it would take them at least 7 days of trial and error to finally luck out on this hidden mechanism, unlike the pirates in the documentary. The bastards opened up the pyramid the moment they reached the underground world. Felix didn't know if they had information about the ruins or they had edited out the days wasted trying to open it up. Whatever it was, the same golden gate that appeared in the documentary had emerged before his face after the squad took one final step. Creak. The path started to raise on its own after the squad had reached this underground room. When it finally connected with the ceiling, the darkness had consumed the room, not allowing the squad to even see their fingers. "Are we trapped?" Eric murmured. Before another wave of panic set in, Felix had assured them, "Don't worry guys, there is another way out." "You heard him," Malik said while turning on her bracelet's flashlight. A couple of them did the same, illuminating the entire room easily. The first thing that came from their point of view was the golden gate that was decorated with mesmerizing hieroglyphics and pictures of humanoid creatures. The image of Lady Sphinx in both forms was predominant in the gate, making the squad believe that the ruins belonged to her. "Elder, couldn't your worshipper be a bit low-key in his devotion?" Felix stared speechlessly at the hundreds of Lady Sphinx's pictures and drawings on the gate. He didn't take a close look at the gate in his previous life, making him miss out on seeing those pictures. If it wasn't for so, he would have guessed that the ruins belonged to Lady Sphinx instantly. As for his squad, they had already pulled up their bracelets and started taking pictures or filming the gate, knowing that they had just struck gold when it comes to information. Chapter 562, The Hieroglyphics on the Gate. Hehe, I wonder how much those pics and videos would be sold for. Eric grinned as he kept taking pictures from different angles, completely forgetting that Felix was with them. On the other hand, Malik was still sensible enough to care about Felix's opinion on this discovery. "Sir Felix, is the organization interested in the information gathered from these ruins?" she inquired. Felix nodded his head, making Eric and the resting sigh in dejection while lowering their bracelets. They knew that it was impossible to earn profit from that information if the organization required them. "Don't worry, the organization isn't that cheap to take it out of your hands without paying you," Felix comforted them. Though he didn't really care about the information, it would be quite weird to tell them that the organization had no use for them. After all, for giant backgrounds, hidden information like these were everything. "Let's discuss the payment later." Felix pointed at the gate and informed, "It's not going to be easy to open it up." Malik nodded her head and extended her arm forward. Then, she activated the scanning feature, trying to seek traps, clues, keys, or anything that didn't match the room. Alas, she ended up with nothing. Just to be safe, she glanced at Momo and said, "Your turn." Momo nodded his head and split his arm from the shoulder. Then, he threw it towards the gate while retreating with the rest. The arm didn't touch the gate but it landed in close proximity to it. The arm soon started to morph and grow in size until a smaller version of Momo had been created. He walked around the area while touching the walls and the floor, clearly wanting to activate traps. However, he didn't find anything. This could be a good or a bad sign since finding traps and activating them removes that sense of unknown danger. Now what? Kadri wondered, do we open the gate? How exactly can we do that? It doesn't have a keyhole or any hole in that sense. Like Kadori mentioned, the gate didn't seem accessible by keys or pushable by brute strength. Regardless, Pualani still decided to try his luck and push it wide open. "Guys, please give me some space," he requested while walking back towards the end of the room. Figuring out that he was planning to smash through the gate, the squad swiftly stood at the sides of the room. Intrigued, Felix decided to watch since he also didn't know how exactly did the pirates open up the gate. His extracted memory of the documentary wasn't really complete since it lasted for hours even though it had been heavily edited. Asna had informed him that he was skipping through a lot of details that he thought before were useless. Since this temple belonged to Lady Sphinx's worshipper, it only meant that the key isn't going to be based on violence. Felix thought while watching Pualani morph into a man-bear with two long fangs, thick brown fur, and lastly a unicorn in the center of his forehead. Naturally, for the transformation to work, he needed to remove his helmet, forcing him to hold his breath lest he suffocates. Not wanting to waste time, Pualani narrowed his bloodshot eyes at the gate and dashed on his four legs akin to a bulldozer. Due to the room's size, he reached the gate almost instantaneously, smashing his head right in the thin gap of the center. Thud! The shockwave resulted from such collision shook the room, making the rest hold into the wall lest they fall. Did it work? Eric asked in excitement, feeling that such a massive force should possibly do the trick. The rest thought the same as well. Alas, when they looked at the gate, they found out that Pualani's forehead was bleeding profusely while the gate hadn't been even scratched. It can't be. Kadri questioned, is the gate also created from Strukrace? Possibly. Pualani replied while rubbing his bloodied forehead. He didn't seem in great pain but just vexed about failing to leave a mark on the gate. He quickly deactivates his morphing ability and wore his helmet back on since it had a self-cleaning mechanism. "Boss, any ideas?" Eric asked. Felix didn't respond as he was focusing on the hieroglyphics that were set perfectly in two straight lines at the sides of the gate. Having absolutely no clue what he was looking at, Felix gave up and requested assistance. "Asna, mind translating for me?" "Why don't you ask Big Sis?" Asna snorted, "She knows the language better than me." Felix coughed, not wanting to say that he didn't want to bother Lady Sphinx during her hour of study. He knew that Asna would snap at him instantly. "I thought you were better, I guess I was mistaken." "Elder Sphinx, can you pee?" "Hold on a second now." Asna stopped him mid-sentence with a wide pleased smile and said, "I will do you a favor since I am in a good mood." Felix smiled faintly and let her focus on reading the hieroglyphics. A moment later, Asna clarified the line on the left side, an ocean that couldn't be crossed even if one traveled it for trillions of years. Then, she moved to the right side, what is the purest object in the known and unknown universe? That's it. Asna said as she took a sip out of a Coke can. They seem like riddles to me. Felix knitted his eyebrows, believing that it was highly like for Lady Sphinx's worshipper to know of her previous habit of telling riddles. So, the key to the gate must lay within those two puzzles. Felix closed his eyes and began pondering on each one of them, an ocean that couldn't be crossed even if one traveled it for trillions of years. This could mean many things that are related to infinity. Hell, it could be infinity itself. Lady Sphinx chortled softly as she read his thoughts. But, she didn't interject or assist him. She wasn't that bored. What's the purest object in the known and unknown universe? Is it material or some? Hold on a second. When Felix read the other one and tried to connect them, he found a tiny connection that would have gone missing without his knowledge of someone. Lady Sphinx. He knew that the temple belonged to Lady Sphinx's worshipper. This entailed that the answer must be related to her since his devotion was obviously on a point of madness. By having such a clear connection, he easily found the solution to both riddles. Knowledge and truth. The first riddle was implying that knowledge could never be learned, all of it, no matter how much effort someone put. Meanwhile, the other implied that the truth was the purest object in the universe. He didn't know why he referred to it as an object, but it made sense. So, the key is knowledge and truth. Felix massaged his temples while inspecting the gate. How exactly am I supposed to use them to open up the gate? Felix didn't know if he should shout them out loud or write them somewhere on the gate. He was worried that something bad might happen if he chose poorly. After all, he was going commando without his previous knowledge. He didn't mind risking his life by making a decision, but he would be actually risking his squad's lives while he was lying on a comfy bed currently. Hence, he spent a minute or two thinking deeply while inspecting every nook and cranny on the gate. After not spotting anything unusual, Felix thought, I guess I will need to say them together. Since Lady Sphinx is called the guardian of knowledge and truth, I will say them in that exact order. Asna, please spell for me those two words correctly in hieroglyphics language. Felix requested with a serious tone. Asna knew that it wasn't time to fool around lest he ends up killing the squad due to a mistake of hers. So, she spelled those two words slowly and corrected him when he tried to pronounce them. This carried on for another minute. The squad had already given up on Felix after seeing him frozen stiffly before the gate. They were having their own discussion on how to open it. Unfortunately, their plans all revolved around violence since there wasn't anything else to be done in their eyes. It wasn't like they could read hieroglyphics and see what Felix was seeing. I wonder what the boss is thinking about. Eric said telepathically. I think he went offline to contact the organization. Melissa suggested. SHSHSHS, he is back. Malik quietened them down after seeing that Felix had moved to the center of the gate with his hands folded and eyes closed. Then out of nowhere, a weird jarring noise had emerged from his throat, confusing them all alike. Before they could ponder on it, Felix carried on speaking that way. What's up with Hi? Creak. Just as Kadri wanted to clear up his confusion, his mouth widened up in shock just like the others who had their eyes affixed on the gate that was slowly opening up. Ka-thump. No one cared to see what lays beyond the darkness inside the gate as their eyes had switched to Felix, who was sighing in relief. Boss, how did you do it? In awe and disbelief, Eric questioned what was in everyone's minds. Felix smiled faintly at them and said, I had a little help. Chapter 563, The First Trap. Humph, little my ass. Asna snorted while giving him a side glance. Felix ignored her and said to his squad, let's not waste any more time, we running short. Malik and the rest swallowed their questions and nodded their heads. Then, they switched their vision to what lays behind the golden gate. Pitch black darkness. Melissa, who's able to see clearly in the dark due to being a bat halfling, exclaimed, there are 3 paths. The others quickly spotted their flashlights in the darkness and saw one corridor connected to 3 entrances. This is the worst case scenario. Malik knitted her eyebrows and spoke, we can't split up and we are going to waste a lot of time if we chose poorly. This if we didn't get killed by traps straight away if we chose the wrong path. The others couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. How about I split myself into 3 parts and scout all 3 paths first? Momo suggested. Before the squad could interact with his idea, Felix shut it down immediately, it won't work since this is a labyrinth that is filled with traps. The other squad had ended up meeting the exact same thing. Did they pass it successfully? Eric asked with a nervous tone. Not all of them. Felix shook his head, they had the advantage of numbers, so they were able to split up into 3 groups and go through all of the paths. However, only 5 squad mates had made it out successfully. The squad's members' expressions didn't appear so good after hearing so. If only 5 of them survived from probably tens of bloodlines, then their situation was far deadlier than they expected. If only it was possible for the holograms to go through walls, we would have sent the leader or someone else to scout the paths quickly for us. Nietzsche said softly. If that was possible, Felix would have already volunteered to scout for them so he could hide the fact that he knew the real path to all 3 treasuries. Alas, the feature might be called ghosting, but it was still bound by the laws of the universe. Light can't travel through opaque objects. So, Felix's holographic image that was made out of light needs to always stay in direct contact with Malik's bracelet. Now what? Should we wing it? Eric wondered. The others remained silent, thinking deeply on ways to either pick the right path or at least scout them all as fast as possible. Momo could scout all 3 of them, but it was going to take ages for him to travel through them all due to his copies being smaller in stature. How about we trace the exact footsteps of the previous squad? Felix clarified his bullshit. If the same entity who created the other temple was the owner of this one, then there is a high chance of the labyrinth being somewhat the same. Well. The squad looked at each other with unconvinced expressions, appearing like they thought it was a stupid idea to create the same labyrinth instead of just mixing a couple of walls. However, so far everything that Felix said had ended up happening, and they were more inclined to believe the organization intel than their own, especially when they didn't have any other plans at the moment and time was short to spend it thinking thoroughly for a plan. 15 minutes had already gone by and they were still at the gate of the pyramid. That didn't look so good. But they still didn't agree rashly since they understood that they had only one chance to make it. Felix left them to discuss it of their free will. If they chose to trust him, then they would be safe, but if they decided to go with another plan, then he would do his best to hinder them. He wasn't joking when he said that the other 2 paths were a death sentence, since he watched in the documentary how those pirates never appeared again, even to the end of the documentary. After a couple of minutes of throwing out ideas, the squad realized that they had only 3 options: split up, send Momo, and waste a substantial amount of time that might cost them their lives later, or trust Felix's intel. In the end, they decided to with last option. Momo, you will be at the far front of the squad with Sir Felix. Malik said while exhaling deeply. Momo nodded his head and stepped forward, going through the gate. The rest waited until he was 10 meters away from them, then followed after him. Take the left path, Felix said. Momo went through the left path obediently while flashing the light on the walls and the ground in case there was a trap. He was also utilizing his bracelet scanner to decent any abnormality. Thankfully, they crossed the entire closed-off corridor without meeting any danger. However, they did end up reaching another crosspath made out of 2 paths. The right one, Felix informed with a confident tone. Momo took it and the rest followed. When they reached another crosspath safely, they began to feel slightly confident in Felix's intel. Their confidence grew bigger after they crossed the 3rd, 4th, and 5th corridors successfully as well. Did he actually make 2 exact same labyrinths in 2 temples? Eric said speechlessly, what an idiot. The rest couldn't agree more. Though, they were glad that he did this since he helped them out greatly. Are we close? Malik asked while facing another crosspath. Yes. Felix nodded his head and said, if the intel is correct, then we will reach the first smaller treasury after we go through the left path. Everyone got a bit jibbed at the sound of that and began walking with quicker steps through the left path. However, the moment crossed half of it, they were forced to stop after seeing that Momo had stiffened on his place. Guys, I think I have stepped on a trap, Momo said with a calm tone while gazing at his foot that had sunken in the ground just by 1 centimeter. If it wasn't for his extensive experience in dealing with traps, he would have either applied more force or lifted his foot. In both situations, the trap would go off and kill him. In the worst-case scenario, affect the entire squad. Are you certain? Malik asked while retreating slowly back with the rest of the squad. 100%. Everyone felt their hearts sink at his confirmation. They didn't know what trap he stepped on, and that was what was scaring the shit out of them. This time Felix didn't say anything or warned Momo before stepping on the trap, since he knew that his squad could handle it. If it was something serious like locking them inside the corridor or something like that, he wouldn't have dared to withhold information. Keep retreating slowly until we exit the corridor. Malik ordered. Momo, split your arm with the bracelet and suit. Then make it come to us. This will ensure your survival after you remove your feet. Momo was already planning on doing so. He was simply waiting for them to leave. After seeing that only small white dots had been left behind him, Momo carried out his survival plan. The arm transformed into a tiny version of himself and started gliding on the ground in a shape of a sphere. Only after he sensed that his arm had reached his party did Momo lift his leg casually. Not an ounce of fear or worry was shown on his jelly-like stiffened face. Out of nowhere, creaking noises began echoing in the corridor, making Momo confused about where the sound was coming from. Just as he planned on retreating to safety, he was left surprised by the emergence of an army of mummies in front and behind him. They all appeared to be just a bunch of skeletons from different species, with a green shining talisman on their forehead and green eyes made out of flames. The clucking noises from before were coming out of their mouths as they kept biting their teeth continuously. Momo, what was that? Malik inquired immediately after hearing the echoes of those noises. We are in luck. They are just a bunch of low-class brainless mummies carrying bats. Momo said with a faint smile while getting jumped at those mummies. This would have killed any commoner from fright, but Momo just let them do as they please. Biting, smashing with their bats, stomping on him. He took everything with a bored expression, like this was an everyday occurrence in the life of slimes. Hold on, Momo. We are breaking our way in. Malik said while flying with her eternal blue flames through the corridor. She was so fast, she crossed half the destination while the others were still in process of activating their abilities. The moment she saw the army of mummies filling up the entire corridor, she extended her palms in front of her and shouted, "Sun ablaze!" Whoosh! A red fireball had emerged from both of her palms and began expanding non-stop, even though she was literally penetrating through the mummies' army. The mummies neither cried nor wailed, they simply turned into scorched black skeletons and fell to the ground into a heap of bones. Nothing survived after getting touched by that red sun that never ceased to expand. When she was finally about to reach Momo, the sun had already reached the roof and the walls, having no more room to expand. Malik snapped her finger and the sun exploded into a shower of red particles, falling on the thousands of bones lying on the ground. This was the reason why Momo wasn't worried about mummies. They might look terrifying and undying, but the moment one gets rid of the talisman on their foreheads, they would return to their original dead state. Chapter 564, The First Treasury. You all right? Malik asked while looking at Momo, who had his body parts spread in every direction. Not dead. Momo replied casually while ordering his body parts to gather up. By the time they reached him, the rest of the squad had arrived with their abilities and weapons fully active, ready for battle. Alas, they found only leftovers from Malik's second active primogenitor's ability, Suns Ablaze. It allowed her to create a fireball that could be expanded based on her elemental energy. So, if she had an infinite amount, it wouldn't be far-fetched to create an actual star. Let's carry on moving. Malik said in a straightforward manner, not wanting to hear any question about her abilities in those crucial moments. The others glanced at each other weirdly but listened to the order and returned to the same formation. While they were walking slowly, they noticed wide-open entrances on the walls, making them believe that the mummies had emerged from them. When they spotted light inside, they ended up disappointed by a bunch of bones lying on the ground. Someone please scan those bones and beam them in your spatial card. Felix requested. Aren't they just useless bones? Eric asked with a curious look. This ruins could date back from millions of years to 100 million. Felix clarified calmly, there is a low chance those bones must have become an F-grade natural treasure if they absorbed natural energy throughout this long duration. Felix had lowered his time estimate since he didn't want to scare them by telling them that ruins were here for billions of years from the era of the primogenitors. Yet, they were still beyond excited at the news as they never expected to luck out on such ancient ruins in their first run. Eric and the rest immediately split up into groups and went into each room, scanning the bones with their bracelets and beaming only ones that were showing enough elemental energy to be recognized as F-grade natural treasure. As for the element, it was naturally sand element since its energy was predominant on this planet. Sure enough, they managed to find at least 49 bones that could be considered as F-grade natural treasures, making them grin widely in elation. Each bone is going to net us 6 million SC, Eric said with a silly smile. I wonder how much the real treasures are going to net us. Kadri rubbed his hands with an eager expression as he focused on the dark corridor. We are about to find out. Malik gestured with her head at Momo and started walking towards the end of the corridor. The rest followed after them and made sure to not let their excitement ruin their focus. After spending a minute of slow walking, they finally reached the end of the corridor. This time, there was only a single golden door greeting them. It appeared exactly the same as the first gate. It had also 2 lines written in hieroglyphics and pictures of Lady Sphinx decorating it. However, everyone noticed that the hieroglyphics weren't the same, but they still couldn't understand what they mean. This time, they turned towards Felix, hoping that he might open it up just like he did previously. Asna, please transla. Never resting, never still, moving silently from hill to hill, it does not walk, run, or trot, all is cool where it is not. Asna interrupted him by translating the line on the right side. Then, she carried on with the left side, what is always old and sometimes new, never sad, sometimes blue, never empty, but sometimes full, never pushes, always pulls. I really shouldn't have skipped those parts. Felix's eyelids twitched after realizing that probably all treasuries would have riddles to solve to gain access. He didn't know if the worshipper wanted to hand out his stuff to those who were intelligent enough or he simply liked this form of locking his treasures. Whatever it was, Felix closed his eyes and began pondering on the solution for them. It doesn't rest and not stand still, yet it keeps moving silently from hill to hill. Though, it doesn't walk, runs, or trot. So it flies. Felix's first assumptions were birds, planes, and clouds. But he realized that all of them remain still once in a while. In addition, it wasn't supposed to be cool around them. Birds, clouds, planes, don't fit in it. What else flies besides those 3 and fit perfectly to the conditions of the riddle? Felix started eliminating one thing after the other, from a kite to a paper airplane. Yet, none of them fit the conditions perfectly. This made him realize that his thought process was flawed. The riddle never mentioned something flying but just it didn't travel on the ground. This opened up multiple hidden options. After thinking thoroughly about them, he settled with the sun. The sun never rests or remains still. It was moving silently from hill to hill. In other words, rising from the east and set in the west. Naturally, it doesn't walk, run, or trot and everything is cool but where it was. 1 down, 1 to go. Felix smiled with a pleased expression as he recalled the second riddle. The moment he reread it, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He instantly figured out the answer due to having a connection with the first riddle. The answer was the moon. The moon had been around for quite some time, but there's a new moon every month or so. A blue moon is a rare event, which explains, sometimes blue. The moon is a body of rock, so it's never empty, but we do see what we call a full moon some nights. And the moon's gravity pulls on the ocean to create low and high tides, but it doesn't push anyone around. Felix would have taken quite some time to figure it out if his mind hadn't been just affixed to the sun and celestial bodies. Asna, please spell them. Felix requested while massaging his throat. Upon seeing so, the squad's member's eyes brightened up, knowing that he was about to emit those weird noises again. After a minute of practice, Felix indeed spelled the sun and the moon one by one using the hieroglyphics language. His voice was still jarring to the ears, but the gate didn't care about how he sounded but whether he got the riddles right or not. Krieg. Seeing the gate rumbling as it slides from the left to the right was more than enough of a confirmation. Ka thump. The moment the gate opened up, no one bothered to address Felix's method of opening it up as their widened eyes were allured to the bright golden lights behind it. Those lights were coming out of nothing but the millions of tomb screamers that were covering walls spreading hundreds of meters further apart and 12 pillars that were connecting the ceiling and the ground. Nothing was spared. The entire sight sent goosebumps through their skin, letting them know that entering this room was going to be an extremely dangerous endeavor. However, greed had suppressed their instinct of survival after seeing hundreds of shriveling humanoid body parts lying randomly around the place. There were bestial fingers, tails, bones, Hades, etc., all mixed up together, making them doubtful but mostly excited. In the world of natural treasures, it was common knowledge that shriveled body parts that experienced the passage of time for millions of years belonged to extraordinary individuals. That's because only strong life forms had the tenacity to avoid getting decomposed like the rest. However, seeing that the tomb screamers were avoiding touching them at all costs made them realize that something was off about those natural treasures. Let's take a moment to think before we rush inside. Malik took a deep breath to calm herself and said, "First, why our tomb screamers are here as well? How did they exactly manage to get inside or survive? I doubt they don't need fresh air. I believe there must be an air pocket in this massive hall connected outside of the pyramid." Pualani suggested. "Be quiet, I will find out," Melissa requested while closing her eyes and removing her helmet. She held her breaths and placed her hand next to her right ear, making her hear nothing but her heartbeat, the others' heartbeats, and the occasional wing fluttering of those dormant tomb screamers. The moment she got adjusted to those sounds, she focused on the variable sounds in the premise, taking in all the sound waves she could get. In a short moment, she picked two almost identical sounds. Both of them resembled the sounds of an ongoing flow. The only difference was the direction of the flow. She instantly figured out that it was the wind going from an air pocket and going out from another. "You are right, it seems like the entire pyramid is ventilated properly." Melissa opened her eyes and said, "We might even find the exit where the wind is going to because it's definitely not going through the hole that we opened up." This was brand new information to Felix as he didn't see the pirates using any other method of escaping the underground world besides that hole. "It will be in our best interest that we locate that exit." Felix knitted his eyebrows. "I can't place all my cards on that hole. I have had a bad feeling for days now that I can't shake away. And I am starting to believe that something is going to happen in the pyramid that wasn't documented." Felix's instincts weren't wrong in the slightest as the Bloody Mary pirates were already halfway through their journey. 15 minutes left before they enter the atmosphere. Felix and the rest had just made out to the first treasury. An ambush at such moments could be fatal to their exploration outcome. Chapter 565, He is up for trouble. "Should we collect those natural treasures now?" Eric inquired. Malik thought about it for a few seconds and ended up ordering Momo to go pick up the closest natural treasure. Momo sent a copy of himself with a bracelet. The moment it reached the natural treasure, he didn't touch it but beamed it straightway inside of his AP bracelet. Everyone looked around a bit nervously, expecting something horrible to happen. However, they waited and waited, yet nothing changed. Even the dormant tomb screamers didn't wake up. "I don't know if we are just paranoid or maybe beaming them into our bracelets didn't activate whatever trap was placed on them," Kadri said. "Momo, try with another natural treasure." Still wary, Malik requested. Momo went and beamed a long shriveled yellow finger that appeared like it was dried under the sun for millions of years. Just like before, everything remained the same. "All right, it seems like there are no traps here." Malik looked at Felix and asked, how did the other squad fare in this treasury? Felix shook his head and bullshitted, they found a different treasury so I can't really take their experience into consideration here. Felix said so because he knew that as long as his squad used their AP bracelets to beam the treasures while avoiding the tomb screamers, then they would be completely safe. That's because this wasn't a real treasury but an actual previous lab. Those body parts were the last things that hadn't been decomposed throughout the billions of years. This was based on the conclusion spoken by the narrator in the documentary. But it did explain why those body parts were lying randomly like this. The tables they were on had been either decomposed or simply eaten by those tomb screamers, leaving only those body parts. All right, spread out and collect everything. Malik ordered firmly, no matter what, do not touch them. Upon seeing them marching slowly inside, Malik asked while pointing her finger at a golden gate on the other side of the room, Sir Felix, should we check it out? Felix nodded his head and followed after her. When they reached it, they were met with another gate that had hieroglyphics on it. Sir Felix, how are you going to open it? Malik asked with a worried tone, believing that Felix was using the organization's intel to open the previous gates. Since he told them that the other squad had found another treasury, she thought that the organization's intel was useless in this situation. Understanding her worry, Felix decided to feed her some details. You see those lines? They are riddles that were written in an ancient language called hieroglyphics. Malik's eyes widened in surprise as she didn't think that those lines were riddles. So, you were using the organization's answers before? Malik questioned with a bewildered expression, feeling that it was a bit stupid of the owner of those two ruins to even write the same riddles on his gates. She got to admit that it was a bit suspicious how everything was the same. Felix knew that she was an intelligent and careful woman. So, he decided to tell the truth this time and ease up her suspicion. That's naturally impossible. Felix clarified while eyeing the hieroglyphics, I have simply read the riddles and solved them. That's why it took me always a couple of minutes to open the gates. Shameless. Asna cursed instantly. I didn't think you actually can read such an ancient language. Malik gave him a respectful look and said, I doubt many people have access to this language, don't even mention learning it. Malik didn't know if the Queen had this language saved up in her data or not, but she was more inclined to believe so. That's because it would be impossible for Felix and others to know the language while the Queen was ignorant. So, she believed that the only reason she couldn't find this language in the network was that it was locked in a low layer. Just as she wanted to speak, she saw that Felix was focusing on the riddles. She immediately quietened down and backed off, going to help the rest in collecting the treasures. Thankfully, no one messed up in the gathering process. In a few minutes, the entire room had been cleared out thoroughly from any natural treasure. Not even the bone of a pinky was left behind. Lady Sphinx could only roll her eyes at the sight, having a slight feeling like she was being robbed. But, she was too rich to care. Sir Felix, we are done. Malik informed while walking with the squad towards Felix. Upon hearing so, Felix mouthed off the answers to those riddles and successfully opened up the gate for them. Everyone smiled widely, loving how everything was going on so smoothly without any hiccups. The fact that they reached here and collected treasures without losing a member was quite astonishing. It was all due to the other squad's efforts and Sir Felix's critical intel. Melissa winked at Felix and said, without them, we would have been going in blind and stopped at the underground world. Everyone agreed with her as they realized that the ruins were quite out of their league in terms of information. They literally wouldn't have been able to unlock the gates since they couldn't read hieroglyphics and solve the riddles. Felix didn't know how exactly did the pirates solve those riddles in his previous life, but he was more inclined to believe that they had some in-depth information about the ruins. Who checked the air pockets? Felix switched the subject quickly. Though his skin was thick, Felix still didn't like enjoying praises like those that had zero relation to him. I did. Melissa spoke, I have marked them in my bracelet, should I take you there? Please. Melissa started walking towards a wall and the rest followed after her. When they reached it, they were met with a small square-shaped hole in the upper level of the wall. This is where the air exit, Melissa informed. Felix rubbed his chin while looking at it, but he didn't say anything. He left Malik to take care of it. She didn't disappoint as she had beamed a tiny recording camera and ordered, "Momo, please split a tiny version of yourself and make it travel through this air pocket." She handed the camera to him and said, "Attach this to yourself so we can monitor everything inside. Who knows, we might get lucky and end up finding either an exit or another hidden treasury." Momo nodded his head and got to work immediately. He created a tiny version of himself and stuffed the camera inside. Then, he placed him on the wall and he started gliding like a snail towards the air pocket. The moment he reached it, he got sucked fiercely due to his non-existent weight before the wind flow. The hologram that was synchronized with the camera only showed messy images. Not knowing how long this would last, Malik ordered Momo, "Keep an eye on your copy." Then, she gestured for the rest to continue moving. She didn't ask Momo to repeat the same strategy with the other pocket flow because she knew that the wind would blow Momo's tiny copy out. Well, at least they had a way to explore those air pockets. It may lead to nothing or everything. Meanwhile, in Felix's exploration spaceship, Declan and Samir were chilling in the cockpit. They were watching a movie on a big holographic screen while drinking beer. They were this relaxed because they were being updated regularly on the situation down there to keep their minds at ease. Leader Malik just sent me a message, entailing that they emptied the first treasury without casualties. Samir rallied the news with a surprised and excited expression. "Oh ho! It seems like everything is going on track." Declan stroked his white beard and wished, "Hopefully, it remains like this for the rest of the EXP. Peep peep." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden alarm went off, coming out from a circular glass screen on the dashboard, that appeared like sonar. "Queen, what's the matter?" Samir asked solemnly while fixing his posture. 12 unidentified targets had been spotted 3,654 kilometers away from the spaceship. The Queen responded. Declan and Samir glanced at each other and saw only shock and horror in each other's eyes. "This can't be possible!" Samir shouted while waving his hand at the holographic movie. Then, he started pressing a couple of buttons on the dashboard with an agitated expression. A few seconds later, a screen had emerged before him showing a blurry sight of a fleet of grey spaceships, approaching the planet while in an invisibility state. Samir narrowed his eyes at the spaceships and noticed that they were at odds with each other. He knew that it was almost impossible for army fleets to not have unified spaceships. F***ing scum pirates! Why are they coming here? Samir cursed with pure hatred in his tone. He had a rich past against pirates since he was a captain of a merchant spaceship that had been caught multiple times by them. In most situations, the pirates simply kill the bloodliners and rob the merchant spaceship clean. Then, pick a couple of fresh women to enjoy themselves. The rest? They let them go since they were useless commoners who wouldn't get sold for much. They leave them with the spaceship since it was against the pirates' code to steal even the spaceship. That's because most merchant companies and guilds had only a few spaceships at their disposal. If they got all destroyed or robbed by pirates, they would be left with no choice but to file a bankruptcy. In other words, fewer merchant spaceships to rob. It was already extremely difficult to luck out on the merchant spaceships. The pirates didn't want to make it any harder. However, in the latest merchant expedition by Samir, things didn't go as usual. That cost him his freedom and most importantly, his wife. Both of them ended up as slaves. The only difference was that he was auctioned while she was left behind for the pirates. He might be a commoner without a drop of bloodline essence in his body, but his bloodthirsty eyes as he glared at the incoming pirates' fleets were enough to send chills down Declan's spine. This boy is up for trouble. Declan knew immediately that Samir was planning to face off against the pirates' fleet. Chapter 566, Trading Fire. Leader Malik, we have an urgent situation. Declan sent a telepathic message as he watched Samir turn on the main engines of the spaceship. "Speak," Malik said while treading carefully behind Momo, who was leading them inside a new dark corridor. Declan quickly updated her from the start to finish, making sure that he didn't miss anything. By the time he finished, Malik's compose was broken to pieces as she knew that they were in the worst scenario possible. They were inside the ruins with no sight of an exit. So, even if they wanted to give up on the ruins and retreat inside the spaceship, it was impossible at this moment. Seeing Malik's complexity had turned a bit pale, Felix frowned his eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter?" "Pirates, a fleet of pirates is about to reach the planet," Malik informed while taking a deep breath to calm her agitation. Just like Samir, her history with pirates wasn't pleasant at all. "Pirates?" Felix was taken back by her response. He wanted to argue and say that the pirates were meant to arrive in next month, not now, but seeing her solemn expression made him rethink his future information. Are they the Bloody Mary pirates or another group? If they are the Bloody Mary pirates, does that mean the timeline had been changed even for them? Felix's confidence in his future knowledge had been shaken at the thought of the timeline getting disrupted even to those pirates who were supposed to remain static in this timeline. In Felix's eyes, if even those pirates that had no relation to him or SG were affected by his actions, it only meant that his future knowledge was starting to be more harmful than useful. However, after recalling the amounts of edits in the documentary Inside the Pyramid, it finally clicked on Felix's mind that the pirates might have reached earlier and edited that part out. "CKme. I totally overlooked that. Idiot." Asna snickered. Felix didn't bother wasting time creating excuses when the situation they were in wasn't that favorable. "Malik, did Samir do anything?" he asked quickly. "Yes, he is currently going towards them, planning to intercept them in space," Malik informed. "That's good." Felix was pleased by Samir's decision as he knew that the pirates shouldn't be allowed near the hole at all. The moment they take control of it, they could get them killed easily by just sealing them inside. The tomb screamers would take care of the rest when the stench of the spray weakened. The moment those 2 hours pass by, the oldest tomb screamers would assault them even if they sprayed another bottle. That's because they got adopted slightly to the smell, making them able to zerg them. "Let's hasten our pace," Malik informed. "We have company outside and it wouldn't bore good for us if we don't get out of here as fast as possible. I will clarify on our way." Everyone started moving with quicker steps after hearing the order. While Malik was updating them, Samir was operating the spaceship to break through the atmosphere. Such a massive movement made his spaceship get easily picked up by the pirates' radars. "Your wish did come through, Miss Kylie," the humanoid lizard said while showing a large grey dot approaching them rapidly. "It seems like that bastard did indeed share the map before we took it." Captain Roger leaned closer and wondered, "The question is, how many parties are currently on the planet?" "That I don't know, sir, but what I do know is that our fleet is going to struggle to take down this spaceship," the spaceship operator said with a serious tone. "Did you figure out its module?" "No, but to take a move toward us willingly, it only meant that we were spotted first even though we had our surveillance system fully active. In addition, anyone aiming to battle a fleet with a single spaceship must have confidence in it," the spaceship's operator clarified. "I see." Captain Roger rested his chin on his palm and began pondering on his next move. To defend, to attack, or to retreat? With the little information that he had about the planet's situation and the incoming spaceship, it was only smart to not consider going on offense. As for retreating, that wasn't really an option at this moment for those pirates. This left only defending. But, he knew that his fleet's spaceships had been already eaten enough damage in his previous conquests. The alloy used in most of them was just made from cheap materials meant for swift repair. "Your order, Captain?" the spaceship's operator inquired while keeping a close eye on Felix's spaceship. "Miss Kylie, tell the invisible Hurricane and Madness to split from the fleet and scout the situation in the planet up close." Captain Roger looked at the spaceship's operator and ordered, "Liam, you try to get in touch with our visitor. We need to prolong the start of the battle until we get some good news from our scouts." "On it. On it." While Miss Kylie was delivering the orders, Liam was requesting the Queen to make contact with Samir. "Sir Samir, there is a request for a call on hold by the Bloody Mary pirates." The Queen asked, "Should I accept or decline?" "Pieces of trash, think you fool me?" Samir sneered while telling the Queen to not respond now. His spaceship's surveillance system was good enough to spot two small spaceships, splitting from the fleet with a clear aim to reach the planet. Samir knew that he couldn't let that happen lest the hole get discovered and the pirates' fleet force him to battle inside the planet near the hole. Hence, he immediately activated the weapon system, turning the silver smooth cube into a spiky cube. Those spikes were all different types of weapons with different ammunition. There were laser weapons, railguns powered with nuclear energy, plasma weapons, and more dreadful weapons that were installed based on Felix's orders. Samir aimed more than 7 individual weapons at those two spaceships and activated the launch sequence since he chose to start with the big guns. He was confident that the weapons weren't showing in the fleet surveillance system since his spaceship had a better one, yet it was still showing him grey dots instead of the true appearance of the fleet. If it was like this for him, then it should be worse for the fleet. While Captain Roger was still waiting for a response from Samir, the countdown to the weapons launch had already reached the last 3 seconds. 3,2,1, die. Samir smiled coldly with a murderous look as he gazed at the two spaceships that had been engulfed in a massive cloud of fire. There was no sound of contact or even the sound of an explosion. Everything happened with an eerie silence, leaving Captain Roger and the rest of his crew stunned by the sudden bright lights of the explosions. They didn't expect that Samir would be so swift in his offense and also brutal enough to use the big guns on small spaceships. A second later, the cockpit was filled with Captain Roger's furious roar, "Kill the F***CKER." Liam and Miss Kylie immediately relayed the orders to the rest of the fleet to go full-on offense. For those bloodthirsty pirates, the sound of that order was the same as heavenly bells ringing by their ears. 9 spaceships, each loaded with 10 laser weapons and 1 modified orange plasma weapon. As for the captain's spaceship, it was loaded with 15 weapons and 2 orange plasma weapons. They might be pirates with shitty-ass alloys, but their weapons were overbearing enough. Declan started to believe that today was going to be his last. However, he didn't cower behind a chair but actually rolled his sleeves up with a genuinely excited smile. Then, he said to Samir confidently, "Don't worry about the damages, just go all out and bring them to their knees." The moment he said so, Declan jumped from his seat and walked away while requesting, "Queen, please awaken all the repair bots in the spaceship and give me their exact location so as the spaceship's holographic blueprint." Knowing that experienced repairman was behind his back sure put Samir at ease. He knew that the spaceship was going to be damaged badly and even get destroyed if he made a fatal mistake. But, with the existence of Declan and those bots, the damages should be kept at a minimum. "I can't let my hatred affect my judgment," Samir thought calmly. "My job is to delay them until the squad leaves the ruins, not destroy the fleet." The instant he got control over his emotions, his first order wasn't to prepare to fire like the pirates' brightened weapons but to actually activate the defensive system. Immediately after it got activated, the spaceship had projected an anti-plasma shield in front of it, just as the pirates' weapons had fired everything at once, creating a blinding rainbow towards the shield. Samir closed his eyes to avoid the light affecting his vision and braced himself for impact. With those energy weapons, the impact always comes quicker than one could blink his eyes. Rumble. The spaceship rocked back and forth after the beams had collided with the shield. Just like a piece of glass, the shield had cracked from the center, sending long fissures throughout its gigantic body. Since this was an energy-based shield, the cracks had disappeared immediately, but the energy had been lowered by a whopping 60%. Samir knew that he couldn't take another one like this. Thus, he swiftly requested the Queen to prepare for a counterattack. It was common knowledge that high-damaging weapons always need time to cool off after each shot. While big guns like Felix's Divine Judgment take 30 minutes, the ones that were just fired by the pirates should take a minute or 2 minutes to load again. I can't believe it didn't even break the spaceship's shield. Captain Roger drew a cold breath and thought, who the F***ck are we dealing with here? Their spaceship must cost at least 1 billion SC without mentioning its modifications. Are there any more spaceships on the planet? *T, this lack of information is killing me. Captain Roger felt torn between continuing the battle and retreat due to the lack of information. He wanted the treasures dearly, but it didn't mean that he would risk erasing himself and his pirate crew for them. Alas, he wasn't given much time to consider, as the weapons on Felix's spaceship had begun brightening up one by one, akin to a decorated Christmas tree. By the time it was done, more than 40 gleaming weapons were pointing at the fleet, expressing a clear intent of fierce aggressiveness. Chapter 567, The Three Gates. Spread out. Captain Roger shouted an order for his entire fleet, forcing them to break the formation and retreat as far as possible. Since those spaceships were quite small and their alloys were light, their mobility was their greatest strength. Hence, only a few spaceships had ended up joining the celebration with big explosions, happening in the middle of space. Captain Roger's spaceship and the rest managed to evade the rainbow beams just barely. Who did we lose? Furious, Captain Roger asked while banging his fist against the armchair. The sight of his fellow men's spaceships turning into giant balls of flames was too painful to watch. We lost the Falcon 9, Silly Billy, and Mother Lode. Liam reported the spaceships' names. Captain Roger tightened his fists, feeling like his heart was going to explode in anger. 2 of those spaceships carried the most pirates in the fleet, numbering a total of 45. If he added the other 10 pirates in the last spaceship and the 18 pirates inside the first 2 scouting spaceships, then he had lost 73 pirates from merely 2 attacks. This was the biggest loss he had ever experienced in his life. Captain, should we continue retreating? Liam inquired. During their small talk, their spaceship had already crossed hundreds of kilometers away from Felix's spaceship and the planet. The other pirate's spaceship was also still retreating with no intentions of stopping. Captain Roger narrowed his eyes at the hologram that was showing him Felix's spaceship and admitted with suppressed fury, "We can't destroy it face to face with its shields and overwhelming weapons." So? Captain Roger glanced at Miss Kylie and said, "So, we keep splitting like this and go around it to scout the planet." "Why the planet now?" she asked again. "Because they are not chasing after us." Captain Roger sneered, "If they had a feud with every pirate crew they see, then they should have chased us even if we are split up. Since they remained in the same place, it only meant that there is something below there that needed to be guarded by them from any intruders." Liam and Miss Kylie raised their eyebrows in surprise at his thought process, but when they revisited the facts, it did make sense. That's why they killed our 2 scouting spaceships immediately after getting close to the planet. Miss Kylie exclaimed. Captain Roger nodded his head and stressed, "We need to reach the planet at all cost." "Orders?" Liam inquired. "Relay the order to the others, tell them to pick a unique direction to enter the planet. We will do it all at once to confuse that guard dog," Captain Roger informed. When the order was sent, Samir was left in a great panic after seeing through his radar, all pirate spaceships splitting even further instead of grouping up. Before long, most of them had exited the premise of his radar, turning them into ghosts. "Leader Malak, the pirates have decided to split up." Samir immediately reported with an agitated tone, "I believe they might bypass me and enter the planet." Malak stiffened in her place after hearing this message, forcing the others to stop as well. They were still in the labyrinth and they had just experienced 2 nasty traps, almost killing Nichi and Kadri. So, they really didn't want to hear any more bad news. "We need to speed up even more." The pirates had chosen to go around Samir. Malak stressed while increasing her speed. "We can't go any faster." Pualani shook his head, "We barely reacted to the previous traps. If we went any faster than this, then we are definitely going to lose a member or God forbid end up with a wipeout. But he is right, Malak. Before Malak could argue back, Felix interrupted her. Sigh, I know. Malak rubbed her temples, but if the pirates found out about the hole, then we will be either way. She was saying so because she knew that pirates were operating by one policy. If they can't have something, destroy it. So the moment they find out that it was impossible to get the treasures with Samir guarding the hole, they wouldn't hesitate to level the entire area above the underground world, then bounce. Just focus on the treasuries. Felix said, I will be taking care of the other matter as well. Upon hearing so, the squad calmed themselves and continued walking onward cautiously. In their eyes, if Felix said he would take care of it, then he would take of it. They had that much trust in him, especially Eric and Malak. Queen, please use Samir's link for the ghosting feature. Felix requested. The Queen asked for permission from Samir, who gladly accepted it. The moment Felix's holographic body manifested in the cockpit, Samir bowed his head deeply and apologized, I have failed you. What are you talking about? Felix smiled faintly, you almost got rid of half the fleet on your own. That's already an achievement to feel proud of. It's not enough. Samir was a bit happy with the praise, but his hatred towards the pirates took over again, making him unsatisfied by his results. Don't worry, we will get most of them. Felix smirked and said, start the main engines, we are going back to the exosphere of the planet. Are we going to protect the hole? Samir inquired. No, we are going for a hunt. Felix clarified, if we remained near the hole, we will be leading them straight to it. This means bringing the fight to us. But what we need to do is bring the fight to them. But, if they had a map or something to take them to the ruins, then we would be leaving the squad unprotected. Samir opposed. Don't worry, I am certain that they don't have a map to the exact ruins. Felix said, if they had it, they would have ignored you and went straight to it. This was just a bullshit excuse. In reality, Felix figured out that the Bloody Mary pirates didn't possess a map due to their editing in the documentary. When he watched the documentary, he saw them go straight to the ruins without any detours. That's what fooled him previously, but now that he started to believe that was an edited part, it only meant that the pirates had reached the ruins a month earlier and took a long time to find it. After all, they were buried under the desert, and without the exact coordinates, it was only natural to take a month or even more to find them. Naturally, due to the hole sticking out in the desert, it wouldn't take the pirates that long to find it. Still, they would take at least an hour or two to find it if they were lucky. One should never forget that this was still a planet. It might be only 3 times bigger than the moon, but it was still a planet. We better get started then. Samir smiled coldly, we have a lot of hunting to do. The moment he said so, the radar managed to pick up a grey dot at the edges of the glass screen. I will let you take care of the rest. Felix nodded his head slightly at him and said, the squad needs me down there. If there are any other complications, I will make sure to inform you. Samir ensured. Felix exploded into light particles after hearing so. Then, he reconstructed above Malak and the rest and continued on their way. He knew that the second treasury was nearby and he couldn't leave them alone to it since this one was going to be pretty dangerous compared to the last one. As expected, the squad spent 2 more minutes walking before reaching a triple path cross. This would have been perfectly normal for the squad if they didn't notice that the paths were leading to 3 different colored gates. Black, golden, and white. This time, each gate had one unique hieroglyphics riddle written in the center. What are we looking at? Eric asked. A test, maybe. Kadri replied. Everyone was smart enough to guess that only one gate was leading to the second treasury. As for the other 2, they would rather be pessimistic and believe that they would get killed inside of them. Boss, what gate did the other squad pick? Eric inquired. No one looked too nervous due to Felix's intel that hadn't failed them so far. In their eyes, just copy what the other squad did and they would be out of here with plenty of riches in no time. Alas, what they didn't know was that Felix had absolutely no F***ing clue, which door did the pirates had chosen. Chapter 568, The Three Gates 2. He, that's what you get for your shitty habit of fast skipping movies. Asna laughed in pure delight, enjoying the sight of him facing his karma. Every time she watched a movie with him, the F***er keep irritating her with 10-second skips to jump straight to the juicy parts. In Felix's previous life, he was watching those live documentaries merely for the action and seeing the pirates get killed. Unbothered by her mockery, Felix kept rubbing his chin, thinking deeply about a solution to this dilemma. He understood that with the pirates, looking for them, his time was limited. Why is there only a riddle for each door? What's going to happen if we solved all three of them? Felix requested, Asna, read them separately for me please. A part of a tree holds everything to someone who lost everything. Asna, read the riddle on the black gate first. How can a legless, armless, wingless person swim, fly, and walk to a single destination? She, read the riddle on the white door. Dreams will be reached only if someone, them. Asna clarified weirdly, there is an empty space between someone and them. So the puzzle is to figure out the word that fits in the sentence. Felix was slightly confused as well as he thought that he would be dealing with the same riddles. But so far, those puzzles were getting more peculiar. Whatever, I will know what to do next after solving them all. Felix decided to start with the riddle on the black gate. He repeated the puzzle 3 times in his mind, then split the riddle into 2 parts. At the start, he thought that a part of a tree meant a branch, leaf, root, or something like this, but after connecting it with the other half of the riddle, he found out that it didn't make sense. How could they hold everything to someone who lost everything? But after this elimination process, he realized that he was left with fewer options. Crown, fruits, twigs, trunk, and foliage. However, he also failed to see the connection they had with the second part of the riddle. Now, that he had eliminated almost everything that was in the box, he started thinking outside of it. The first thing that came to his mind was a paper. The moment he thought of it, the answer just surfaced on its own due to its simplicity. A will. Felix said firmly. Makes sense. Asna agreed with him while doing her nails. Paper comes from trees, and a person who lost everything simply implied that he died and wrote a will to give everything that he owned. So it was indeed a part of a tree that holds everything to someone who lost everything. Let's see the second one. Felix didn't want to go check on his answer now but solve all 3 of them together first. How can a legless, armless, wingless person swim, fly, and walk to a single destination? Felix pondered deeply on it for a few seconds before snapping his finger with a brightened look. It's got to be by traveling. If one can't walk, swim, or fly, then simply travel by boat, a plane, and a car. Felix reasoned. He didn't know if he was right or not, but if he was in his consciousness space, he would have seen that Lady Sphinx was nodding her head slightly. Though, he was quite confident in his answer. For now, he held into it and moved to the last puzzle. This is probably the easiest and also the hardest of them all. Felix narrowed his eyes and thought, dreams will be reached only if someone wants them. Or tries hard for them, or desires them, or seeks them. There are plenty of correct answers. This is what dreaded Felix the most. He would rather have a unique difficult riddle than an easy one with a broad range of answers. That's because he had no clue if he had multiple attempts to open the gates or only one. So, he needed to choose the perfect answer lest he screws his squad over. In this situation, it was best to seek help from others to narrow down the answer. Guys, what do you think would fit best in this puzzle? Dreams will be reached only if someone, them. He asked his squad mates who were busy watching a hologram that was showing Samir's chase on the pirates. At the start, they were confused by his question as they thought that he was contacting the organization or someone for intel. But, Malik soon explained to them that Felix was the one opening up the gates by solving those riddles. Are you serious? Boss, you can read that language. Do you? All right, I don't have time for your questions now. Felix interrupted their ruckus and repeated the same puzzle. This time, everyone behaved and started thinking about the most fitting term and why they picked it. It must be desire. Melissa clarified, without desire, you can't work hard for your dreams. Yet, desire trample want as well. Malik supported. Desire is not the word for it. Pualani said with a wistful tone, we all desire and want things, but do we work hard to get them? No, desire is a simple emotion that is not enough to make someone do his best for his dreams. Melissa and Malik thought about it for a second and realized that he was right. Everyone desired to be something or reach somewhere. But, when it comes to putting the effort into it, we start making excuses or distracting ourselves from getting it just to laze around for another day. When we finally make up our minds to seek our dreams and goals, we realize that it was already too late and stop ever desiring them. However, in reality, it's never too late to chase your dreams. That's just another excuse to make yourself feel slightly better about not working your hardest to achieve your dreams. The word you are looking for is seek or strive. Pualani said to Felix with a look filled with regrets, I didn't truly seek my dreams, now I am paying the price. I agree with your answer but I disagree with your other statement, paying the price. Felix laughed a bit and said, your journey with me had just begun. It's too soon to feel regretful about your life. Malik smiled after hearing so as they knew that Felix wasn't bullshitting or trying to lift Pualani's spirits. She was in the same spot as Pualani. Feeling regretful of her decision in life that led her to end up as a slave. But after spending months under Felix, she realized that she was extremely fortunate. There goes not a single day that she didn't feel grateful for her sudden change in life. Give it time, Sir Pualani, just give it time. Malik said, smiling. Pualani didn't understand what she meant but he was a veteran fighter who could control his emotions easily. Hence, he nodded his head to her and Felix and didn't bring this matter anymore. Now that we have the 3 answers, let's see how it goes. Felix took a deep breath and hovered towards the black gate first. Retreat. Malik extended her hand while walking backward. The rest listened obediently but didn't remove their eyes from Felix, who started coughing to alleviate his dried throat. Then, he spelled will with the hieroglyphics language and held his breaths in anticipation just like the others. A split second later, the gate started rumbling loudly, marking its successful opening. Haha, we are so lucky. Eric laughed in delight while watching the gate continue to slide from the left to the right until it submerged itself fully with the wall. This exposed a breathtaking well-lighted glass garden that appeared as it came straight out of heaven. The flowers were colorful and had distinctive beautiful shapes while the grass was as green as life itself, emitting waves of refreshing vitality in this forsaken death box. Even the herbs and the insects were unified with this heavenly environment, making everyone look at them with dazed and allured expressions. They didn't even care that most insects were almost the same as the tomb screamers but bigger in size. They were just too hooked by the sight to care. This is it. Felix smiled widely while flying through the gate. This is the same herbal garden that the pirates had cleaned thoroughly in the documentary. Felix might not remember the riddles but he does remember the treasures, the places, and the battles. He was absolutely certain that this garden was the same as the one he saw. Hell, even the glass door leading inside the garden was in the same position. Since he was a hologram made of light, he easily penetrated the glass and emerged inside the garden. What is this smell? Felix's widened smile stiffened after his nose took a whiff of a nasty stench. A stench that shouldn't have been in such a heavenly garden that is filled with rare natural treasures. This stench was all it took for Felix to expel the greed that was moving him and start using his reason. Why bother to make 3 riddles and 3 gates if it's going to be this easy to access the herbal garden? Haha, Sir Felix, is it as good as it appears from here? Felix's thought process was stopped after hearing Eric's joyful voice a tad too close to him. Oh no! Agitated, Felix turned around and saw that most of his party was waiting before the glass door. All of them seemed quite excited while glancing at the riches inside the garden. Eric even had his hand placed on the glass doorknob, planning to open it for them. Liav now! Felix could only shout with a horrified expression. Chapter 569, Troubles in Paradise. Eric's hand got frozen on the glass doorknob after hearing Felix's loud scream. He didn't spend even a split second to think why did Felix warn them to leave, as he simply let go of the handle then bolted as quickly as possible towards the gate. Malik, who had absolute trust in Felix's judgment, also did the same the instant she broke out of her daze. Since Kadri and Melissa were halflings, their instincts to danger were more enhanced than humans. So, the moment they started tingling, they were already preparing to move. However, the moment they turned around, they were shocked to see that the gate was slowly closing down while Eric and Malik had just made it outside. Scared shitless, Melissa unfolded her wings and flew rapidly towards the exit. Meanwhile, Kadri had morphed into a four-legged dog amidst his running. No one looked back or bothered to spend a single moment thinking of other squad mates. Who are we kidding here? They barely spent 3 months together. So, they might look chummy and friendly, they would absolutely not endanger themselves to save their squad mates. Shit. The instant Jones broke out of his daze, he entered a cursing frenzy while his heartbeats were accelerating through the roof. He could see that the last one to run away was Pualani, as he was right behind Kadri. They were quite close to the gate that was 50% closed already. He realized that they might barely make it, but for him? Even if he moved now, it was already too late. Although he didn't know what going to happen to him, he understood that it wasn't going to be pretty if the gate got locked on him. Since his abilities were absolutely worthless in this situation, Jones could only look at Felix with a pleading expression. He didn't even bother to glance at Nichi and Momo, who were still with him. That's because he knew that Momo was useless and Nichi was probably about to piss herself from fright. Alas, he was completely mistaken about Nichi. Her head that was almost always lowered from shyness was lifted high above, akin to a proud queen ready to declare her next conquest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Abruptly, Nichi fired off 2 green vines at the gate that was 60% closed and detached one of them from her palm. Then, she slapped it on Jones' chest and held on the other vine tightly. Phew! Before Felix or Jones could comprehend what's going on, the vines started contracting swiftly in direction of the gate. Nichi and Jones ended up getting pulled with the contraction as well. While Nichi had prepared for it, making her fly 2 meters above ground in a straight form, Jones was getting the beat down of his life as his body was being smashed against the ground like a doll. The moment Nichi saw that she was merely a few meters away from the gate, she cancelled her ability to make her regain control of her body but still have the same momentum. Whoosh! That allowed her to go through the 70% closed gate somewhat smoothly. However, in the case of Jones, he ended up having his body smash against the gate, making him somewhat dizzy from the impact. But, he quickly got his shit together after sensing that the gate was about to get closed. He detached the vine from his chest roughly and tried to squeeze through the remaining space between the gate and the wall. His face was terrified all right, but he kept wiggling through like a worm until his left arm made it through. The moment it got out, Eric and Pualani clutched it tightly and dragged him outside just barely before the gate closed shut. Thud! Jones fell on his knees while trying to take deep breaths, but the helmet had been broken after his impact with the gate. Use this! Malik beamed her emergency helmet and wore it on his head after seeing that he wasn't thinking straight to beam his own. Cough. He started coughing while clutching his beating heart, feeling like he had escaped from the jaws of death. You feeling better? Malik asked while checking on him. Thank you. Jones spoke while trying to catch his breaths. After he finally regulated his breathing, he stood up with some difficulty and bowed deeply towards Nichi. Thank you for saving my life. I will never forget your help. Don't thank me. Nichi shook her head and said, we all need to thank Sir Felix. If it wasn't for his timely warning, we would have all been wiped out. It was a bit strange to see the shy Nichi talk with such confidence and with her head lifted. Everyone started to have some doubts about her true personality, but they knew that it wasn't time to address it. Where is Sir Felix now? Wait, where is Momo as well? Kadri asked while checking around him. When the others heard him, they quickly looked for Momo but realized that he was gone. I think he is still inside. Melissa said speechlessly. Sure enough, Momo was currently standing on the opposite side of the gate with a composed expression and a bit of dejection. He was staring at a giant fleshy red sphere that had golden vines mapped out on its skin. There was no garden, no glass dome, no natural treasures, just this creepy and nasty giant flashy ball. Momo, you all right back there? Abruptly, the queen delivered Malak's message. Not dead. Momo replied calmly. Just as Malak wanted to continue her questioning, she received a request for permission from Felix. She agreed instantly and a newer version of Felix had been manifested above the pack. The moment the door got closed shut, his holographic image had been destroyed. When he appeared before them, he seemed quite pissed off, making the squad withdraw all of their prepared questions on what happened inside. This is the first time I see the boss being this angry. Eric gulped a mouthful and asked Malak telepathically, what do you think is the reason? Don't know. Malak said, but we are about to find out. Malak, get me Momo on your suit's speaker. Felix requested with a suppressed tone. Malak nodded her head and sent a message to Momo, letting him know that everyone was hearing him. Why didn't you warn us that we are stepping into an illusionary trap? Felix interrogated with a cold tone. Illusion? What the hell? Everyone expressed their shock at his inquiry as they didn't think that the garden was a sham. They believed that the trap was hidden inside the garden or in the ceiling, or something like that. That's because they weren't worried at all by illusionary traps when Momo was in their team. After all, slimes were immune to illusions. This entailed that Momo had seen the real danger inside and willingly allowed them to enter an illusionary trap. Mother Fasterisker. He was trying to cause a squad to wipe out. Jones cursed with bloodshot eyes. He was the most affected since he had the least chance of survival. Before the others could get riled up, Felix gestured with his hand for them to quieten down. Momo, answer now. Felix stressed. That's because I didn't know what you guys were seeing isn't what I was seeing. Momo explained himself with a neutral tone. Then synchronize your eyes with the queen and let her show us exactly what your eyes are feeding you currently. Felix ordered. Felix didn't know exactly what was underneath the illusion since he was just a hologram. Whatever Malak sees, he sees as well. So, he didn't want to assume that Momo wanted to harm his squad before getting the facts straightened up. Maybe what lays underneath the illusion wasn't worth warning them about. Alas, this thought had been removed from Felix's mind the instant Momo synchronized his eyes with the queen. The image of that giant nasty-looking flashy sphere was an obvious red flag that should have been reported. No wonder I smelt something nasty when I approached the glass. Malak thought with squinted eyes at the flesh sphere. When she saw Felix stepping inside the glass with an excited expression, she believed that it was safe for them to get inside since he wouldn't show such an expression if he wasn't certain about the room's safety. Just like the rest, she was extremely eager to get inside the garden and harvest those high-graded natural treasures. However, the instant she got closer to the glass dome, she got hit by a peculiar stench. Before she could think thoroughly about it, Felix had shouted that warning for them to bail. She believed that since their senses were synchronized, Felix had smelt the same stench while inside the glass, making him realize that was an impossibility. After all, he shouldn't sense what she couldn't sense. The glass should have been blocking their synchronization. So you saw this and didn't think for a second that it might be a trap? No. Even when you saw us as happy as a kite when we were looking at it. Felix sneered coldly, you think of me as a fool. No sir. Momo was still replying calmly, appearing not affected by either the environment or Felix's interrogation that wasn't going well for him. By now, everyone was certain that he wanted them dead, and nothing that he said would change this fact. If it wasn't for Felix's timely realization, they would have been doomed and he would be the last survivor. Just like his previous squad that had gotten wiped out. At the start, no one saw anything wrong with it since slimes were known for being the last to survive in most expeditions, but now? They began to believe that the previous squad was a victim of Momo's scheme as well. Chapter 570, Failure After Failure. Why did he do it? Maybe he wanted the riches to his own or simply to regain his freedom. That's what Felix couldn't understand. If he was here with them in his flesh, he would understand Momo's attempt to bury them and free himself from the slavery's chains. But, Felix was merely a hologram. Even if the party was wiped out, Momo would still be a slave of his. After such a betrayal, Momo wouldn't be able to live for long. What's your gain from wiping my squad? I already told you that wasn't my intention. Momo refused to admit it, making everyone livid. Queen, is he telling the truth? Malik decided to help. Based on his thought process, my conclusion is that he is indeed telling the truth. The Queen shocked them with her proclaim. They understood that since he had signed a slavery contract, this meant his thought process was under strict scrutiny by the Queen. So, the moment he thought of trying to wipe them out or had terrible future agendas, she would relay the information to the master. It was easy to fool others, but it was difficult to fool oneself by doing exactly the opposite of one's thoughts. This left them with two choices. Either they were mistaken and that Momo truly made an honest mistake, or the F***er was a sociopath who had such astounding control over his mind, it's petrifying. Since the Queen cleared you out, I apologize for the accusation. Felix brought down his tone a notch by saying, however, you still messed up badly by not telling us about that nasty thing. I am sorry. Momo apologized collectedly, it won't happen again. That's what I want to hear. Felix said while looking at his squad members' dumbfounded expressions. They must have been shocked that Felix didn't press on him even more and just decided to buy his bullshit even though the facts support Momo's ill intentions towards them. Malak, keep them under control. It's not the time to lose Momo since we need his other copy to find us the exit of the pyramid's ventilation system. Felix informed. He wasn't stupid to think that Momo was innocent, but he understood that Momo was still a valuable asset in these ruins. It was best to take advantage of him fully before getting rid of him. Most importantly, he was locked inside that gate without any way to group up with them. So, he couldn't lead his squad to another illusionary trap. In future explorations, he would be making the slimes use their synchronization feature to not get blindsided again. He was done trusting slimes. Now that he dealt with the traitor, it was time to check what the hell was that thing. Go inspect that fleshy thingy. Felix ordered Momo. Obedient, Momo had split his arm from his shoulder and sent it to touch that nasty thingy. The rest of the squad stopped their private telepathic discussion about Momo and focused on the screen, wanting to figure out their fate if they had ever touched it. After the arm reached a golden vein, it reached out to it and touched it slightly. However, there was no sudden movement or noise. This made Momo get ballsy and control his arm to climb up on the thingy's skin. The arm kept climbing and climbing, yet nothing much changed. Go punch it. Felix ordered calmly. All right. Without an ounce of hesitation, Momo left behind him a small part of his body, then went with his main body to the thingy. After reaching it, he punched the golden vein as hard as he could. They had received the reaction they wanted this time, as the nasty thingy started to tremble slightly from its base. Meanwhile, the golden blood could be seen coursing rapidly through the veins, appearing like someone experiencing a blood rush. SHS. Out of nowhere, the flesh started separating from the middle ache into a monster, trying to open its mouth after a long period of time. The moment it opened up fully, Everyone felt like their heart was about to leap out of their chest at such a horrific image. Who could blame them? The insides of that thing were packed with millions of yellow eggs and larvae. There were also millions of tomb screamers that were bigger in size than the previous ones. Is it a hive or just the birthplace of those tomb screamers? Malik wondered while trying to calm her heartbeats down. Shit, I can't imagine what would have happened to us if we got stuck with it. Eric said. You are about to find out. SSHSHSHS. The tomb screamers inside the hive all emerged at once, creating a golden cloud. Then, they actually engulfed Momo even though he was wearing the spray. This just scared the squad even further as the only defensive measure they had was clearly useless against those bigger versions of tomb screamers. In a few seconds, the golden cloud had withdrawn back inside the hive, leaving behind it absolutely nothing. Momo had been utterly wiped out from existence, making the squad quite shocked by the implications. Aren't tomb screamers meant to use their fangs to break our shields then send mental affecting signals? Malik asked. I guess this newer variety simply goes for the kill. Felix knitted his eyebrows and said, we need to leave this place as quick as possible and leave. There is so much intel that hasn't been given to me. Everyone agreed at once. Check on Momo by using the camera on his copy. Felix said, his consciousness would automatically take that copy as his main body from now on. This is how slimes refuse to die. They just need to keep one piece detached from them and their consciousness would always have a body to inhabit. Since Momo's bracelet was destroyed, the queen would have to rely on the signal from other nearby AP bracelets to keep her connection with his consciousness. This way, Momo couldn't escape from the slavery contract. While Malik was checking on Momo, Felix went to the white gate on the right and started pondering, without Momo, it's going to be hard to differentiate between illusion or reality behind this door. If I using my real eyes, then I could have noticed the differences with my truth eyes or simply used a Sna who is immune to illusions. If only I was here, things would have been much different. Felix sighed, feeling quite hopeless in this holographic form. He hated this feeling of having the ability to do something but couldn't due to the circumstances. You can leave the Witch Empire when I succeed in making you host lightning manipulation, Lady Sphinx proposed to him. Really? What about the other manipulations? Felix asked a bit bewildered. He thought that Lady Sphinx would keep him near her until he hosts at least 5 manipulations or so. It's already hard enough to create the perfect method to help you host 2 manipulations, don't even mention 3 or more. Lady Sphinx said calmly, it will take me years of research to make it happen. There is no point keeping you beside me that long. True, you need to go out and experience true danger in the real universe. Thor took a big gulp of wine and scoffed, the games might be dangerous but you still have surrender coupon and many other ways to escape death, unlike the real world. Indeed, I have lost the sense of fighting in life and death battles, the moment I got that surrender coupon. Although Felix agreed that didn't mean that he wasn't appreciative of the fact that he owned that coupon. However, he knew that if he relied too much on it backing him up, he wouldn't feel courageous enough to fight without it anymore. I will be here in the exploration of the next ruins no matter what. I can't be just a spectator. Felix nodded his head firmly, then he approached the white gate. After clearing his throat he uttered the answer to the riddle and watched how the gate slowly opened itself for him. The others gathered in front of it and felt dreadful after seeing the same breathtaking glass garden behind it. This time, everyone took a step back instead of rushing inside. Sir Felix, you think it's another illusion? Malik inquired. Without Momo, there is only one way to find out. Felix pointed at himself and said, I will go inside the glass and see if our synchronization is blocked or not. Okay, it's better for me to go inside to make it easier. Malik suggested while walking carefully behind him. Wait, use this. Nichi stopped her and created a green vine from her palm. Then, she rolled it around Malik's waist and backed off. In case shit hit the fan, she could easily get pulled to safety. Felix quickly flew inside the garden and gestured for Malik to get closer as he couldn't smell anything. Malik complied by increasing her pace. When she reached the glass door, she stiffened in her place as her nose got assaulted by the same nasty stench. "Pull her away now!" Felix yelled at Nietzsche after getting hit by the same smell. Whoosh! Nietzsche swiftly ordered for the vine to withdraw the moment she saw that the gate was starting to close down. Since they acted quite fast, Malik got outside unharmed before the gate closed shut on Felix. Soon, he manifested above them and said with an irked expression, "No wonder these ruins are flooded with those insects." Felix didn't know what researcher owned this lab and why did he create those hives. He wasn't planning to spend more time here to find out. He quickly went to the golden gate in the middle and uttered the term "seek" with the hieroglyphics language. The others lined up before it with a bit of anticipation in their eyes, hoping that real treasures would be behind instead of another hive. Alas, they waited and waited yet the gate remained closed shut. This had never happened before, making them somewhat distressed and concerned that the answer wasn't the right one. When more than half a minute had gone by yet the gate still didn't budge, it became obvious to them that the riddle answer wasn't seek. Chapter 571, Thinking Outside of the Box. "Sorry, I thought it was the right term." Pualani apologized. "I still believe that it is correct." Felix frowned his eyebrows and said, "Maybe it was faulty since they see it differently in their time. Should we try another term?" Malik asked worriedly, "I don't know if we are going to activate a trap if we failed multiple times. I think it's best that you guys retreat so you can have time to react in case I activated a trap," Felix advised. They nodded their heads and walked tens of meters away from him until they reached the limit of the synchronization between him and Malik. Now that he was all alone, Felix sat in a mediation position in midair and rested his chin on his palm, pondering deeply on the puzzle again. Dreams will be reached only if someone did what? Seek should have been the plausible answer. Or should I use another synonym? This will broaden the list of answers immensely. I doubt that the owner of such a magnificent pyramid would require the exact synonym of the term. Felix scratched his chin, "I can feel that something is wrong here. Like I am missing a piece of the puzzle." Felix always felt that it was a bit weird to have 3 gates with 3 riddles. 2 of them were traps and the last one hosted the herbal garden. It just didn't make sense because the one who made those traps and riddles clearly wanted someone intelligent to get access to his stuff. Maybe, he wanted to pass down his research data to a worthy person who appreciates them, but no one managed to find the ruins until everything got decomposed. If he thought like this, it meant that it was impossible for the 3 gates to operate on luck like this. Anyone who solved the 3 riddles gets a 33% chance to open the real gate and obtain its riches. Even worse, if someone was able to resist illusions or such, then he actually had 100% to get inside the real garden. What's the point of the riddles and intelligence tests if it was going to be like this? It doesn't make sense at all. Maybe, you are just overthinking it. Asna shrugged her shoulders. Well, let's test it out. Felix asked, "Spell strive, worked hard, desired for me in hieroglyphics. I want to test them all." "You sure?" "Yes." Felix nodded his head and said, "I doubt that the pirates were that lucky to land exactly on the correct term in their first shot. Since I saw them looting the garden with happy grins, it only meant that they didn't die after failing multiple times." His reasoning was good, but he knew that it wasn't 100% how it went. Still, he was willing to take the risk because there was literally no way for his squad to leave this pyramid without advancing forward. After Asna spelled those words for him, Felix practiced a bit and began uttering them one by one, but giving 30 seconds of intervention between them. However, no matter how he uttered them or repeated them, the gate refused to budge. "Told you that this is not the right method to opening it." Felix confirmed his previous theory by his failures. "Now what?" Asna snickered, "There is literally no lead to opening it up." Asna was correct. The riddle on the gate was the only method to open it. It was tested and proven correct. By not focusing on it, it would be the same as walking in the dark. You are wrong. Felix shook his head. There is a lead hidden somewhere, I just need to find it and use it to crack the real riddle at hand. Do you, I guess? Asna yawned in boredom and stopped bothering him. Felix began searching for clues by rereading the 3 riddles first, thinking that he might find the real riddle of the gate if he combined their words. Alas, he spent a couple of minutes, matching this with that, yet still didn't come out with an actual solid riddle or a clue in that case. Not discouraged yet, Felix started looking for the letters of the riddles, believing that if he matched the first letter of each word, he might create a bunch of words then connect them into an answer or a riddle. Obviously, Asna was the one doing so since he needed to get the answer or the riddle with the hieroglyphics language. The thought was good but the results were not. This put him right back at the start. Does this means that my approach is wrong? Sir Felix? I have just received a report from Samir. Malik suddenly interrupted him. He told us that he got rid of 4 pirate spaceships, leaving only 5 on the planet. But, one of them is currently heading in the hole's direction. He estimated that they would fly above the hole in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Why does luck always side with F***ing scum? Felix cursed, knowing that it should have been taken those pirates at least 2 hours to locate the hole. At this point, not even 15 minutes went by, making him certain that those spaceships were only flying in their direction due to luck. Malak, order Momo to try and find the exit from the ventilation system quickly. Felix hardened his expression. We can't use the path that I was preparing since it is in the 3rd treasury and we don't have that much time to go for it. Consider it done. Good, I will be leaving now so I can use my abilities to enhance my thinking process. Felix said while breaking into light particles, I will let you when I will be back. The sight of Felix disappearing scared the shit out of everyone as he was their only hope of getting out of here alive. Thankfully, Malik explained the situation to them and made sure that they don't panic. People always do stupid shit when they panic. Meanwhile, Felix was currently sitting in his UVR's room while having electricity course through him. He was using his lightning quick reflexes to fasten his thought process. There was a massive improvement from before as he was starting to eliminate one failed solution after the other in less than 10 seconds. He kept doing so until he started recalling the previously solved riddles and their solutions. To reach the herbal garden, Felix realized that he had solved 6 riddles without adding the last 3. 6 riddles mean 6 answers. In other meaning, 6 words. Enough to make another riddle. We have truth, knowledge, moon, sun, from, and you. Felix thought carefully about those words and realized that they weren't enough to make a plausible sentence. The last preposition and pronoun were obtained from the golden gate that he opened to leave the 1st treasury. But they weren't enough. He needed more. There was only one place to get more, the 3 other riddles. Will, travel, and seek. Felix's eyes started to brighten up slowly after spotting an actual connection between all of those words. Without wasting time, he merged them into a sentence that totally made sense. Will you travel from the moon to the sun to seek truth and knowledge? He uttered the question that he found more plausible than other sentences that could be created from it. Asna was slightly astonished after hearing it. So, the key to open the gate is to answer this question that needed to be extracted from those riddles. That's quite devious. Felix could only marvel at that researcher planning to create an exquisite test that only those smart enough to think outside of the box could solve. From the very start, Felix got led by the idea that solving a riddle would open the gate. He did it not only once but twice and thrice. So, it was to be expected that his mind would be fixated on solving that single riddle in the middle of the Golden Gate instead of thinking outside of the box. The fact that one could get unlimited attempts just made it even more worse. After all, if there was a limit, one should be bound to think carefully and also seek other peculiar answers. But when given unlimited attempts and that type of puzzle, he would keep wasting his time guessing a term after another. Meanwhile, the real answer was far from it. I refuse to believe that those scums had solved this riddle without wasting days on it. Felix cursed at the heavily edited documentary that made sure to show them in their best state. But, he knew that it wasn't time to bother with this. Malak, bring me in. The moment Felix manifested above the squad, they all gave him hopeful looks like they were eyeing their lord and savior. Don't give me those looks. Felix's eyelids twitched as he hovered towards the gate. Upon seeing so, the squad scrambled to chase after him. Did you solve it, boss? Eric asked bluntly what was in everyone's minds. Let's find out. Felix smiled faintly and uttered a single word in hieroglyphics, yes. Just like a spell was cast, the hieroglyphics on the gate began rearranging themselves under the dumbfounded looks of everyone. The moment they stopped, the hieroglyphics shone brightly and then followed by the rumbling noises of the gate getting pushed to the wall. Felix didn't bother to glance inside as his mind was affixed on the previous magical arrangement of hieroglyphics. How is that possible and what did those hieroglyphics mean? Curious, Felix fired off 2 questions. Don't know about the first one, but the meaning of the newly created sentence is that knowledge is eternal while riches are fleeting. What did he mean by it? Felix thought about it for a second before he was interrupted by the gleaming light of the glass that was encasing the heavenly herbal garden. Although it was the exact version of the 2 illusions, Felix knew that it was the real thing. After all, he saw the pirates looting a herbal garden. If the other 2 were fake, this one was legit. Ladies and gentlemen. Felix extended his hand towards it and said with a pleased smile, go help yourself with one of the oldest herbal gardens in the universe. It was time for everyone to be rewarded. Chapter 572, Herbal Garden. Here I come. Eric was the first to exhibit unfiltered excitement and eagerness as he dashed towards the glass door. This time, he opened it up with full confidence at Felix's words. If he said it was safe, then it was safe in his eyes. The instant the door was fully opened, an enticing aroma had surged from within akin to a tidal wave. Everyone felt like they were being pulled by their noses towards those breathtaking flowers and herbs that were lying everywhere. Although the garden wasn't that big, when the squad got inside, they felt like it was stretched to infinity. The moment Malak saw that Eric was planning to plunk a flower by its stem with his hand, she scolded him, use the proper tools, you moron. Are you trying to cost Sir Felix a fortune? My bad. Eric quickly withdrew his hand and coughed, I totally forgot about them. This applied to all of you. Malak said while beaming a black case, we might be in a haste to secure as many natural treasures as possible, but don't rush the process lest you destroy them. It was common knowledge that high-graded natural treasures were quite fragile and easily contaminated, especially plant-based natural treasures. So, a toolkit was needed to harvest them plus a bit of practice. Everyone here had a fair share of practice in the UVR since such a skill was a must-learn. While everyone was working hard to pluck those natural treasures, Felix was going back and forth to scan them with Malak's bracelet. So far, the results were making him grin from one ear to the other. He already knew that the herbal garden possessed a B grade and also some A grade natural treasures. But, knowing and seeing were totally different from each other. I believe that there are more than 200 natural treasures just in this garden only. Felix's grin was wiped out of his face after recalling that they had less than 10 minutes before the pirates reach the hole. Since it takes a bit of time to harvest those natural treasures, it means they weren't going to get everything. Hell, he doubted that they could secure 30% of the harvest before getting forced to leave. At the last 3 minutes, please start digging the dirt around the natural treasures and beam everything inside. Felix requested them. Everyone nodded their heads and restarted their harvesting process. They know that Felix's plan gets used only in desperate times since it was possible to cut the roots of the natural treasure when digging the dirt around it. If the roots were lost, it meant that natural treasure couldn't be planted again. It would remain in the spatial card until the time it comes when one would need to use it. That greatly diminishes its worth since most buyers prefer planting the natural treasure with the rest of their collection in a single garden. It was done like this since high-graded natural treasures had the ability to absorb the natural energy around them, then expel back the elemental energy that was based on their element. By creating a garden of high-graded natural treasures from the same element, then it would become one of the best places in the universe for one to enhance his affinity with the element. Just like what Felix was doing the swamp in J. Ramongendra's UVR room. Though, it was 10 times better in the real world since the feeling was real instead of virtual. It might not feel like it, but knowing that it was virtual makes it quite hard to get in touch with the element. This garden was clearly dominated by sand element natural treasures. If Felix owned it and had sand manipulation, it would have helped him greatly with understanding the element. Minutes went by and the area had descended into a deathly silence, where only the sounds of digging and tools clashing together kept resonating here and there. Everyone was focused on his work, knowing that it wouldn't look good to have less harvest than the rest of the squad. So far, more than 30 natural treasures had been harvested in total. There were only 4 minutes left in the clock. Samir, update please. Felix sent a message. I am currently trying my best to catch up to that pirate spaceship. But, I doubt I will get rid of it before the pirates notice the hole. Samir informed. Listen well, the moment they will spot the hole, the first thing they will do is send the location to the rest of the fleet. Felix spoke calmly, so, I want you to scan their distance and calculate how long it will take them to reach the hole after they get notified. It's crucial to know. Give me a few moments. Samir kept him on hold as he requested the Queen to make that calculation. A moment later, he relayed the results. The closest one will arrive after 5 minutes. The rest will take about 7 minutes to 11 minutes before everyone gather above the hole. That's good, tell me more about the pirate spaceship you are chasing. Felix asked, does it belong to the captain? No. Very good, this meant he will not make a move before the captain reaches the hole. Felix reasoned, so, he will keep flying in wide circles around the hole until then. That's what I believe as well. How about the captain's spaceship? Do you know its whereabouts? Yes, I have marked it previously during our space fight. Samir informed, based on the calculation, it will take at least 11 minutes before it reaches here after getting notified. That's some good news at least. Now, you have a good chance of taking the first spaceship down before the fleet gathers. Felix smiled coldly, he will not dare to retaliate back without the captain's presence or the fleet. Those scums know only to gang up on others. I will do my best. Get going. Felix hung up and started pondering on the time given to them. It might seem like it got increased by an extra 11 minutes, but that didn't mean he would let his squad spend it to gather more natural treasures. He wasn't that greedy to spend his squad's window of escape to keep harvesting. Momo, any updates on the ventilation system? Felix asked. I am now in a straight tunnel. I believe that it is below the pyramid and leading to somewhere far from it, Momo replied. The moment Felix heard so, he knew that his theory was correct. The pyramid was completely sealed down, but there were still air pockets. This meant, there was another hidden exit that was probably built for escape when things go south. In the era of primogenitors, wars were literally everywhere, making everyone a bit antsy about safety. The researcher who built this lab wasn't any different. Felix swiftly requested permission from Malik to watch the synchronized feed of Momo. When he got it, he was startled to see that the camera was off. This F***er is pushing my buttons. Felix gritted his teeth after realizing that Momo had sneakily pulled a one on them again by turning the camera off for God knows how long. If Felix had to guess, he would say that he probably turned it off when he was occupied with the riddles and the team with the pirates. No one bothered with the recording now since they knew it would be used only at the end. The worst part, since Momo had lost his AP bracelet, they couldn't use even the footage of the Queen's recording through his eyes. She could merely keep the connection like this with the signal released from their AP bracelets. Felix didn't flip out on Momo or anything, he simply took a deep breath and requested calmly, turn on the camera. Oh. Sorry, Didn't realize it was off. Momo replied casually. He is really a prick and shameless. He reminds me of someone. Asna chuckled. Felix ignored this vixen and focused on the holographic live feed that was showing a windy 3 meters in height dark tunnel. When Momo turned around, he showed only pure darkness at the end of the flashlight. For how long were you walking? About 7 minutes now. Felix's eyelids rose in surprise as he asked, Queen, is he telling the truth? Yes. Felix believed her since it was impossible to lie about such a thing. After all, the Queen could easily calculate the distance crossed on her own and compare it with his answer, unlike figuring out his true intentions. This meant that the tunnel should be stretching for at least a couple of miles away from the ruins' coordinates. Such a long tunnel must have an opening on the surface. Felix frowned his eyebrows, but how did we not see it? There is nothing in this planet besides sand. Felix was truly confused about this, but he knew that it wasn't time to sate his curiosity. It was time to question Momo about the path he took while he still can. The F*er wanted to leave them stuck inside, not caring about the consequences of his actions. Till this point in time, Felix still didn't know if he simply snapped after getting enslaved twice in a row and wanted to have revenge on his newer master, or he had other intentions. Whatever it was, he would be dead the moment they reached the surface safely. Felix wasn't even planning on sending him to an auction. The moment he was crossed like this, he needed to kill Momo to demonstrate the rest of their fate if they had the same thought. Wasting a billion SC for such a lesson was totally fine for him. Chapter 573, Trying to Escape. Tell me exactly what did you see in your journey? Felix asked, knowing that he needs to take his words with a grain of salt. Without the Queen to see the path and with the uncanny control of his thoughts, he could easily feed him lies. After I emerged from the ventilation system, I grew my body back to normal height since I have been sent to an empty room with a single closed door in it. That was the entrance to the tunnel. Felix asked. Yes, it was. How did you open it? I turned the doorknob and it got unlocked. Right. Felix said, trying his best to hold himself from sneering. Like hell, he would believe that the researcher did all of that just to leave the entrance to his escape exposed like that. Although Momo said that the room had only this door, making it inaccessible for strangers, he believed that the researcher should have doubled the security on the tunnel entrance. After all, that was his lifeline. Anyway, I walked down on a long staircase and when I reached the ground, I found myself in this tunnel. The rest is history. Momo concluded. Well, thank you for the information. Felix ordered coldly, now, return to that room and remain there until I give further orders. What room? Momo asked. You know what I am talking about. Felix's veins began throbbing in anger as he realized that the F*er was clearly trying to waste their team until the pirates arrive. Speaking of the devil, Malik had just been informed by Samir that the pirate spaceship had flown over the hole. It's time to move, guys, she said while beaming her tools. No. There are still hundreds more to take. Upon hearing so, Eric and the rest let out signs of dejection and frustration. They wanted to beam their tools and leave, but their legs refused to move. Don't be stupid, we are not giving up on them forever. Malik's eyelids twitched as she said, we will just leave for now until we take care of the pirates. Then come back later and continue on our exploration. Malik is right. Felix agreed with her. If it's like that, I don't have an issue. Jones smiled widely. Phew, I am telling you my heart wouldn't have been able to give up on everything here. Melissa sighed in relief. Soon, all of them were on their feet, ready to walk away. They didn't look too nervous since they believed that Momo should have found the exit by now. They were merely waiting for Felix or Malik to lead them. Alas, neither moved. Malik was waiting patiently for Felix to lead them since he told her that he would be dealing with Momo while he had absolutely no clue where to head to. Boss. Eric titled his head, shouldn't we be moving now? Felix turned around and gave them a wry smile. Then, he came clean to them about Momo's latest scheme. He didn't go into details since time was of the essence. But, just a few bits and pieces that he mentioned had set everyone in flames. That mother Faster is having a death wish. I can't believe that he wants up dead this much. He wouldn't gain anything from it. Pualani growled. Sorry Sir Felix, it was my lack of judgment. I shouldn't have hired him. Malik bowed her head deeply, feeling guilty that she signed a sociopath as a slave. Let's not waste time discussing this. Felix said, we need to find a way to find that room. Well, if there was any room in the first place. How about we just use the original escape method? Melissa suggested. I agree, boss said that we won't have enough time to make it but we can risk it instead of wasting time with that F***'s tunnel. Kadri agreed. Seeing that they were nodding their heads in agreement, Felix smiled bitterly and said, it will take us at least half an hour to use that exit because we need to enter the third treasury. Believe me, that treasury is far more dangerous than everything that you have experienced here. I am telling you, the tunnel is the only way out. Felix affirmed, making everyone ditch that thought and jump back into the other ship. All of them were doing their best to think of a solid plan. Felix wasn't the only one with a brain. How about we use the Queen connection to Momo's consciousness as our guiding compass? Malik's eyes brightened up a little as she clarified, we know that he doesn't own an AP bracelet so we can't synchronize with him but we can use the connection to trace back all of his footsteps. Some of them were still confused after the clarification but the majority understood the jest quickly. What she implied was simply to use the connection as a link to show the fastest path from them to Momo. Naturally, it wouldn't be a perfect path since the Queen was lacking a map of the maze but it would help them close the distance. Smart, let's give it a shot. After he praised her, Felix went to the golden gate that was behind the garden and solved its riddles quickly. When the door was opened, Malik already had set a holographic screen, showing a messed up blue line leading downward. At the end of the line, there was a red dot that was moving rapidly. It worked. Let's go. Eric tried to dash forward but got caught by his collar. Let me lead the way. Kadri said, my senses are extremely sharp and I might survive traps if I stepped on one. Just as Eric wanted to argue with him, Felix gave him a side glance, move now. Eric grouped up with the pack and they began jogging after Kadri who was running on his 4 legs. They were all staying on their tiptoes since they had no idea what trap they were going to activate by going with this pace. Turn left. Malik was responsible for guiding him since he would lose focus if he kept glancing at the blue line. Turn right. Enter the second entrance. Keep going straight. Only Malik's messages kept resounding in everyone's minds. They had already spent a couple of minutes running and luckily no trap had been activated yet. But, this was actually even more dreadful since the suspense of something big coming kept building up in the minds. Upon seeing so, Felix decided to calm them down by saying, relax, the other squad had gone through this exact route and didn't land in a trap. They didn't know if he was lying or not but his words did affect them positively. Felix wasn't bullshitting since the pirates had taken this route to the third treasury in the documentary. Alas, the blue line didn't remain in the same route but went to a different foreign path to Felix. Now, they were truly sprinting in total darkness. A minute later, Malik stopped everyone and pointed her finger at the blue line that seemed to have broken in half. The remaining half was starting to go down from a place that was a few meters away from them. But when they lifted their heads, they realized that nothing was in the corridor. Just golden walls made out of Supremacy rocks. We are screwed. That bastard must have lied. This sight was enough to push them to the depth of despair. They knew that the Supremacy was unbreakable. So, even if they wanted to indulge in Momo's trail, they couldn't dig a hole in the ground. While some were despairing or sending curses to Momo, Felix, and the rest were trying to figure out a way out. If we consider that Momo was traveling all this time through the ventilation system and that the existence of the room was real, then it must be few meters below us. Felix rubbed his chin. I am quite confident that the room should be real since a perfect lie needs some truth to it. Felix believed that Momo was lying about a bunch of things, but he needs a core to his lie. That would be the room, since he knew it would be almost impossible for them to get into it because he accessed it by the ventilation system. In addition, Felix believed in its existence because the researcher wasn't a rat to access the tunnel by the ventilation system. There should be a secret door or a hole that was big enough to allow for a human-sized person to access the room, leading to the tunnel. To solidify his theory, Felix hovered towards the exact location of the room and started surveying the area with squinted eyes. "What are you doing, boss?" Eric inquired. "I want every one of you to start looking for anything peculiar in the walls, the ground, or even the ceiling," Felix requested without turning his head. Eric and the rest glanced at each other in confusion, but they still obliged silently. They were willing to grasp into anything at this moment. Seconds went by, then minutes. Felix checked on the time and realized that the captain should have arrived by now. He was absolutely right. The captain and his fleet were currently tens of kilometers above the hole, while Samir's spaceship was flying far away from the ruins. This was done by choice so the pirates wouldn't assume that someone was down there, and he wanted to protect them. In his eyes, if they felt that the ruins were empty, they wouldn't point their guns at it. "Now what, kiddo?" Declan wondered while watching this silent standoff. Samir looked at the ruins with a hopeful look and said, "We can only play it cool and not agitate them until we get conformal to their escape." "Well..." Declan pointed his shriveled finger at the fleet that had their guns brightened up and said speechlessly, "I don't think they approve of your plan." Chapter 574, Buying Time. "Queen, activate shields!" Samir shouted while watching the spaceships preparing for another salvo. Meanwhile, inside the main spaceship, Captain Roger was tapping his finger on the armchair while eyeing a hologram that was zoomed in on the hole, rocks, and sprays laying everywhere. "Zoom in on those sprays and give me their details," Captain Roger ordered Miss Kylie. A moment later, a full page filled with information about those sprays was displayed before Captain Roger. Upon reading that it was meant for dangerous types of bugs, he started to analyze the situation in this standoff. There must be dangerous bugs below that hole, forcing them to take such measures. Since it is written on the bottle that the effect lasts for 2 hours and that the sand hadn't fully covered them yet, it's safe to guess that they are still down there. Since the number of bottles is 10, it is only natural to assume that 10 individuals are currently below. Captain sneered faintly, "That's the reason. Those in that spaceship are trying their best to take us down before we get here, and their passiveness after we reached it." It was to be expected for a captain of a pirate's fleet to have remarkable intelligence, since it was a dangerous business to run in this era. "Captain, do we fire?" Liam inquired. "No, tell the fleet to change the aim to the hole and not pull off the trigger." Captain Roger smirked faintly, "Let's see if they will ignore our call this time." The moment the order was taken into effect, Samir and Declan were left in great horror after spotting that the hole was being aimed at by tens of brightened weapons. "Don't tell me they found out about the squad." Samir sweated a little from his forehead. "Possib. TSSHSHSHS." Declan got interrupted by scratching noises coming out of the spaceship's radio. Following it was a line written on a hologram above it, "Operator Liam wants to make a contact." If he received such a message before, Samir would have ignored it in a heartbeat, but seeing their weapons aimed at the hole made him understand that ignoring them any further wouldn't bode well for his squad. "Sir Felix, are you guys in the tunnel yet?" Samir said with an agitated tone, "The pirates have realized your existence down below and currently aiming at the hole. They are requesting contact, probably want to negotiate." Felix didn't even flinch when he replied, "Accept their contact and do your best to prolong it. If they wanted to negotiate, try making it as long as possible. I will be sending you some pictures of the herbal garden to show them so their greed would get in the way to destroy the ruins. If you feel like you can't handle it, leave it to Elder Declan, he should know what to say." Felix ended the connection the moment he said so. He was busy with his own issues down there. VRR. Upon receiving the pictures and some parts of the videos, Samir and Declan were the first to get shocked and marveled by the herbal garden's holy grace. But, they weren't given time to appreciate it as one spaceship had fired off a warning shot near the hole, managing to lift the sand hundreds of meters in the sky. Not wanting to test their patience, Samir quickly accepted the call. Captain, should we bombarded the R? Never mind, they have accepted it. Liam's disappointed voice traveled inside the cockpit, making Samir's and Declan's hearts skip a beat. At last we can talk like civilized gentlemen. Captain Roger introduced himself with a dignified voice. I am Roger, the captain of the Bloody Mary fleet. Mind trading the honor? Samir's expression turned extra frosty the moment he recalled the way his wife got taken away from him by the hands of pirates. He knew that it wasn't the Bloody Mary pirates who did it, but he was still pissed and revolted just by the idea of conversing with them politely. He couldn't fake it even if he wanted. Leave it to me. Declan gave him a head nod and spoke composedly, name Declan, owner and captain of the Northern Sentinel. Captain Hui. Captain Roger sneered, you think I am dumb enough to believe that the captain remained behind while the squad went down to explore the ruins? I don't know what are you talking about. Declan tried to play it dumb. Enough. I neither want to play games nor waste my time talking nonsense with you. Captain Roger squinted his eyes and said, I am willing to make a deal that will benefit both of us. A deal? How so? We will allow your squad to leave the ruins safely, but we want 70% of everything that had been found down there. Captain Roger proposed. Sure enough, no matter if you used brute force or diplomacy, pirates always make sure to rob one off clean. Declan snickered. 70% for their safety is nothing. Captain Roger shrugged his shoulders. After all, how can you put a price on life itself? You are talking like you are confident that you can kill them. Declan scoffed. They are called ruins for a reason. Captain Roger laughed. If they can't survive the firepower of the ancient times, how can they survive firepower of tens of energy weapons? Wanna test it out? He taunted. Watch this first to curb your unwelcoming cockiness. Declan sent him the pictures and the videos to their spaceship's memory storage. The moment connection was established, they had received these kinds of information to facilitate connection. Liam picked up the package from the memory storage and clicked on the first picture on it. The moment those three saw the breathtaking herbal garden, their mouths started salivating while their hearts began beating out of their chests. Excitement, disbelief, awe, desire, and greed. Those emotions fueled their bodies as their eyes kept feeding on each picture that was showing high-leveled natural treasures planted everywhere. For pirates, this herbal garden was the same as finding the treasure island for the Golden Age pirates in the Earthling history. This is it. The chance we have been waiting for to strike rich once and for all, then retire from pirating. This is it. Roger's eyes were starting to get bloodshot from the rush and also fury after seeing Eric and the rest, digging them out. Thankfully, their faces were hidden, helping him avoid seeing their elated expressions as they took those treasures. So, are you daring enough to destroy those ruins now? Declan asked with a faint smirk. Upon hearing his voice, Captain Roger took deep breaths to regain his composure and continued on with a nonchalant tone, I got to admit that my eyes have been widened. But, that doesn't mean that I will not destroy something that I can't have. If you want everything, I can't help you out. Declan kept talking just for the sake of talking to waste time, but, if you are willing to accept a split of 65% to us and 35% to your crew, then we have a deal. Not good enough. Captain Roger's intense tone from before was gone after he realized the stacks were risen by 10 folds. We want 60% and we won't negotiate any further than this. I know that the captain would rather get buried down there than 60% of his loot after the dangers they had experienced down there. You are making this difficult for me. Captain Roger frowned his eyebrows in irritation. The feeling is mutual. Declan said. Knowing that he can't give up on those treasures, Captain Roger reeled in his anger and continued on negotiating with Declan. While this was ongoing, Felix and the rest were still inspecting carefully the area around them. Felix had already finished an entire portion of a wall and was currently examining the ground. The rest were starting to lose some confidence in his theory that the room was below and there must be a key to open it up. Who could blame them? They had already gone through almost the entire area, yet not a single scratch had been found on those rocks. There must be something I am missing. Felix narrowed his eyes at the rocks on the ground and kept pondering. I was a bit foolish to think that the researcher would leave the key to such vital room exposed. He must have cast an illusion to hide it from plain sight. This meant we shouldn't be using just our eyes but also touch. Felix knew that this could be dangerous since his squad might end up activating a trap instead of finding the key. The worst part, they were all gathered together, so if they did activate it, it wouldn't end pleasantly for them. Still, it needed to be done if they wanted to get out of here alive. Declan was doing a fine job stalling, but he couldn't keep it forever since Captain Roger was bound to figure out that they were not planning to take his deal no matter what. After all, a deal with pirates was always one-sided. They end up signing a contract with the Queen's supervision, but the pirates were merely using their word as a guarantee. Chapter 575, How exactly are we going to emerge? Announcement, greeting everyone. I'm happy to be back on the platform. For those who have questions about my disappearance, please read the author letter in the auxiliary volume or note below. That's because only one or two of them owned an AP bracelet. They were the cleanest of the pirates in terms of crimes and contracts, making them free from the Queen's chains. There was no way in hell those pirates would sign a contract that would put them all in danger. So, there wasn't any way to make this go away diplomatically unless Felix and the rest were a bunch of morons. Guys, who's willing to touch those rocks? Felix clarified, I believe the key must be under an illusion, so we can only rely on other senses. I will do it. Malik said. Count me in as well. Eric added. I have been feeling quite useless the entire time. Jones said firmly, I will take this task no matter what. Me too. One by one, they agreed to take part in such a risky plan. Not one of them chickened out. Felix didn't know if this was due to feeling worried that he might get a bad impression of them if they refused or they truly wanted to help. Whatever it was, he was glad by their agreement. You guys don't need to do anything. Nietzsche proposed, I will be using my vines to touch everything from a safe place. That's even better. Felix agreed and gestured for the rest to leave the area. After everyone left, Nietzsche extended her fingers, allowing each vine to emerge from the tip. Those vines were slightly different as they had a bulgy tip, appearing like a mace. Whoosh! Thud thud! Nietzsche used them to strike the walls, the ceiling, and even the ground. Only the sounds of the vines colliding against them kept echoing in this dimly lighted corridor. Seconds went by and the squad's agitation began building up after neither the traps activated nor the room's door had been discovered. Their state of mind merely kept worsening with each failed strike. I think it's a bust. Kadri shook his head. Yeah, that little shit just had us wasting time here by his lie. Melissa said. Did Sir Felix kill him yet? Kadri asked. I don't think so. Melissa replied. What is he waiting for then? Probably to catch up to him and ask him personally on the reason of his peculiar betrayal. Melissa guessed. Well, he better kill him now to let hear some good news it. Rumble. Before Kadri managed to finish his sentence, the ground of the corridor shook abruptly, making everyone's hearts sink to the depth of despair as they believed that the pirates had fired off at the hole. However, their assumption had been removed before it took roots as the cause of the shake was right in front of them. Part of the ground was slowly sinking down, like an elevator. A few seconds later, the shaking stopped so as the descending of the ground, making Eric and the rest glance at each other with wary expressions. Stay alert. It might be a trap. Malik warned while gesturing for them to take a step back. Meanwhile, Felix swiftly went to the hole and couldn't help but grin widely after seeing that it was small and empty, matching the exact description of Momo. Where is the door though? Felix stopped grinning at once after noticing the tiny air pocket on the bottom right of the room but no door like Momo mentioned. Did he lie about it? Felix was slightly weirded out as he could see that everything matched except the door. So, lying about it wouldn't really do much. With the blue line leading to him, it was obvious that this was the mentioned room. There was no doubt in that. Hence, this drove Felix to believe that Momo didn't lie and he truly saw the entrance of the tunnel. He is immune to illusions, so he was telling the truth. The fault is in our eyes. Felix concluded with a faint smirk. This is the room, guys, let's get the hell out of here quickly. Felix informed them. Haha, right away. Thank God. The squad rushed towards the room in excitement, but when they reached it and saw only 4 walls below, they were left a bit bewildered. Nichi, use your vines to touch the walls. Felix said, make sure to have a feel for a doorknob. On it. Obediently, Nichi did as he asked while the rest kept their confusion to themselves. After waiting a few seconds, Nichi yelped in surprise, I touched something round on the right wall. It must be it. Felix sighed in relief after hearing so. Good, now turn it. Creak. When Nichi did so, an ear-piercing noise resonated in everyone's ears, but instead of getting irritated, they felt like it was the most heavenly noise in the universe at this moment. Why? Because of the dimly lighted stairs exposed after the invisible door was opened. Boss, UF*ing rock. Eric laughed in delight while trying to hug Felix, who was hovering beside him. Without you accompanying us, this exploration would have gone in a totally different route. Pualani said with a serious tone. I concur. Malik nodded her head in agreement. She had experience in ruins exploration and knew that it shouldn't have been going as smoothly as this. Especially not with their numbers, strength, and the high tier of the ruins. Without Felix, they would have lost members in the underground world by those tomb screamers. Even if they survived and used the sprays, they would have taken days to find out that unique method to enter the pyramid. That was a death sentence due to the limitation on the spray. Felix believed that the Bloody Mary pirates had actually ended up with heavy casualties in those ruins. Casualties reaching up to tens of pirates who met their fate. He knew so because after each stage, he sees newer faces and lost ones. This meant, they were exploring the ruins with a group after another. They learned from the mistakes of the previous group continuously until finally, they cleaned up the ruins. As for the hieroglyphics language, he believed that they had contacted someone with high access to the network's database and helped them translate the riddles and even solve them. After all, the hieroglyphics language shouldn't be lost like Ramongandra's language, since Lady Sphinx didn't die, allowing her descendants and legacy to prevail. But Malik and the rest of the squad couldn't copy the pirates' method. Okay, stop kissing my ass and just get in the tunnel. We still aren't in the clear yet. Upon hearing so, everyone jumped inside the room and jogged down on the staircase while pointing their flashlights in front of them. As Momo said, the tunnel was as dark as a black hole, making it almost impossible to see anything without a flashlight. Because of that, they were able to see a tiny bright spark at the limits of their line of sight. That must belong to that traitor, Eric said while gritting his teeth, wanting nothing but to head there and beat the shit out Momo. I told him to stop earlier. Felix smiled coldly, move quickly, he is waiting for us. Sure enough, Momo was leaning against the wall while staring at nothingness with an expressionless face. He had already noticed the bright lights of tens of flashlights entering the tunnel. Yet, he didn't seem nervous or scared at all. He was simply waiting for them naturally, like he did absolutely nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Samir and Declan had been just updated that the party was in the tunnel and they needed a couple of minutes more to reach the end of the tunnel. Captain Roger, let me run your proposal with the captain. Declan clarified, I am just a slave and I can't make those decisions on behalf of him. Tell him that he has 5 minutes to make up his mind. Captain Roger said coldly, "My patience is running thin." "Will do." Declan closed off the connection and reported to Felix, "I have bought 5 minutes at maximum. That should be sufficient." Felix looked at the squad and said, "Start moving at your fastest speed." The instant they heard so, everyone popped out their abilities and began moving rapidly towards the end of the tunnel. Since Jones was the slowest of them, he was thrown to Pualani, who let him sit on his back as he sprinted while morphed into a bear. With this speed, it took them only 2 minutes to reach Momo. "Malik, pick him up," Felix ordered without glancing at Momo. Though she disliked it, Malik did pick him up and took him with them. The rest knew that Felix did so because he didn't want to waste time dealing with him now. It was much better to take care of him in the spaceship. Before long, they arrived at the end of the tunnel, where a squad-shaped platform was placed on the ground. It was big enough to hold them all only if they squeezed inside. The ceiling above it was completely dug from the bottom to the surface of the planet. They could easily guess that this was an elevator since it had a handle at the side. "Drink your advanced invisibility potions and anti-deduction potions," Malik ordered while beaming 2 small spherical bottles. One was empty and the other had a thick blue liquid within. They didn't know how exactly they were going to appear on the surface and how far it would be from the ruins. So, those 2 potions were a must to avoid getting deducted by the pirates. "Samir, bring the spaceship above us exactly. You have our location," Felix ordered. Samir glanced at the hologram that was showing stacked red dots below the ground and operated the spaceship to get closer slowly. He didn't want to attract too much attention when Malik and the rest had yet to reach the surface. "Everyone ready? Do I pull it?" Eric asked while having his hand on the handle. "Do it." The moment he got their confirmation, he pulled the metallic handle toward himself with a moderate force, not wanting to break it. Cluck cluck. The metallic handle kept making irritating noises while being lifted slowly towards Eric. When it finally touched his chest, the platform shook slightly, then began ascending under the cheers of everyone on board. While they were cheering, Felix had only one question coursing on his mind as he glanced at the dark ceiling: how exactly are we going to emerge outside?